Chapter 245. You still can't hold it in? Looking at the angel god armor that had changed, Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest with a smile on his face. If I don't kill you, how can I appease the hatred in my heart? Suddenly, a dignified woman's voice exploded in the air like thunder. Who is Boss Chu talking to? Is the battle not over yet? It's a woman's voice. Why don't I see her? Look carefully at the angel god armor that Thousand Streams was wearing earlier. A cold female voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Angel god. On the rostrum, Bibi Dong looked at the angel god armor that was emitting a golden light. His gaze suddenly focused, and there was shock between his brows. Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengji, and the others frowned. They seemed to have realized something. Uncle, who is boss talking to? Xiao Wu looked at Tang Hao in confusion. Tang Hao frowned, his expression heavy. It should be the god that the angel clan believes in, the angel god. Angel god? Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were even more confused. It was also at this moment that a huge gap suddenly appeared in the distant sky. In the next moment, a surging golden light descended from the sky like the sun shining on the earth. The intense golden light instantly enveloped the entire arena. Under everyone's astonished gazes, a woman's figure slowly descended from the gap. Under the golden light, the woman's figure gradually solidified. In the end, although her appearance could not be seen clearly, her figure and facial outline could be seen clearly. The woman raised her hand, and a golden light hit the angel god armor. The angel god armor immediately flew towards her and changed shape in the air. The dazzling golden armor seemed to be completely made according to the woman's body. A bulging breastplate, a narrow and slender waist armor, a golden battle skirt that was about 1.5 feet long, perfectly round pauldrons, and other armor that perfectly covered her body, enveloping her entire body. The little angel brand on her forehead was hooked by a hoop. In the middle of the hoop, a little angel-shaped gem shone brightly. Above the hoop, there were a total of 7 peaks, forming a princess's crown. Those who offend this god, die. The woman suddenly raised her head and looked at Chu Bei. 2 beams of golden light shot out. As she spoke, 6 brilliant and transparent golden wings sprouted from her back. As they flapped gently, rings of golden ripples spread out from her body. Almost at the same time, countless rays of golden light gathered in his palm, forming a golden angelic sword. Apart from the sharp cold light, the sword also carried with it a holy aura, giving people the feeling that it could purify all sins in the world. I am the angel god. The woman stood in the air with her head lowered. Her cold gaze swept across everyone present. Her calm voice was filled with supreme majesty. The wings behind his back flapped, and a holy aura instantly swept across the entire area, causing everyone's body to feel warm. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's body trembled slightly, and her golden soul rings lit up. Unlike the incomplete golden soul rings of the Thousand Tao's sect, the woman's golden soul rings were complete, and there were 10 of them. As the soul rings lit up, golden ripples spread out from the woman's body. Compared to the Thousand Tao's sect's angel domain, this terrifying sticky golden light seemed to have a physical body. Just the aura alone was 10 times or 100 times stronger. Hiss, she's the angel god. A true god has descended. It seems that the legendary god realm really does exist. Is the angel god here to avenge the Thousand Tao's sect? Doesn't that mean that Boss Chu and the angel god are going to have a big battle? The angel god should have become a god many years ago, and Boss Chu hasn't gone to the god realm yet. I'm afraid Boss Chu is in danger. Who knows? We haven't fought yet. At least, Boss Chu has never been defeated since he was born. That's because his previous opponents were all humans. This time, it's a god like him. In the stands, the spectators' gazes landed on the woman in the sky. When they heard her calm voice, they couldn't help but gasp. When they felt her holy aura, they felt an inexplicable urge to worship her. It won't be long before I step into this realm, and I'll be stronger than all of you. Bibi Dong stared at Chu Bei and the angel god with a determined gaze. Ning Fengji, the White Tiger Emperor, the Snowy Night Emperor, and Yu Tianhao also looked up at Chu Bei and the angel god. Although they had been in high positions for a long time, they realized that in front of the so-called gods, their power was not worth mentioning. In front of the gods, they could only be admirers and spectators. Only the gods were the center of attention. Brother San, do you think the boss will win? Xiao Wu looked at the 10 golden soul rings on the angel god's body with a worried expression. Don't worry, the sea god is also a god. Didn't he also lose to the boss? Tang San comforted Xiao Wu. However, from the serious expression on his face, it was clear that he wasn't 100% sure. But the sea god was only a clone back then. Ning Rongrong's eyes were also filled with worry. Rumble, however, just as everyone was nervously watching the angel god and Chu Bei, the sky in the distance changed again. Compared to the angel god's descent, there were almost 20 holes in the sky this time. Some of them were 2, 3, or even 5 times bigger than the angel god's descent. Amidst buzzing sounds, lights of all colors shone from these holes. It was extremely beautiful. Although the existences in the holes were trying their best to suppress the terrifying auras, the traces of auras that leaked out were enough to shake everyone's hearts. In the first hole, a tall figure holding a golden trident appeared. Light blue light surged around his body. He looked in Chu Bei's direction and nodded slightly, as if he was greeting him. In the second hole, the figure that appeared was shrouded in a dark aura. Just looking at it made one's heart palpitate inexplicably. In the third hole, there was the figure of a fat man with a big belly. He held a spoon in his left hand and an iron pot in his right. He looked like a chef. In the fourth hole, there was also a woman, just like the angel god. However, her figure was formed by intertwining 9 colors. It was extremely beautiful. In the fifth hole, there was a figure wrapped in red light. In her hand was a crimson long sword. Looking closely at the sword hilt, the word Shura seemed to be soaked in blood. In the sixth hole, there was also a woman. Her figure was enchanting, as if she had some kind of magic. Just looking at her would make one's soul lose itself. Almost at the same time, there was a figure floating in almost all 20 holes. The sea god, the dark god, the culinary god, the 9-colored goddess, the Shura god, the charm goddess. Oh my god, these gods really exist. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? So the gods recorded in the ancient books are not fictional. They actually exist. I never thought that I would be able to see these gods with my own eyes one day. Even if they are just figures, I can't see them clearly. We have Boss Chu to thank for this. If not for him, how would we be able to see these legendary existences? When the gods descended, everyone in the plaza was stunned. Through the descriptions of the gods in the ancient books, they all recognized these gods. Their eyes were filled with passion. Some soul masters who believed in the gods even knelt on the ground devoutly. They clasped their hands together and muttered under their breaths as they prayed. Bibi Dong, Tang Hao, Yu Tianhao, the White Tiger Emperor, and even the titled Doluor present couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and veneration as they looked at the gods in the sky. At this moment, they were no different from ordinary people. Their eyebrows were filled with astonishment. Poseidon, is this the god that you said came from outside the Doluor continent and defeated you? In the sky, the illusory figure holding an iron wok who looked like a chef looked at the illusory figure holding a golden trident and asked, "Old culinary god, you have seen him with your own eyes. You should already know the answer in your heart." The sea god Poseidon smiled. "As you said, I can't feel any soul power undulations from him. But is he really so strong that even you are no match for him?" The culinary god asked. "At least, the clone I left in the Doluor continent was defeated." Poseidon glanced at the culinary god and shrugged. "What if it was your true body that fought with him? What were your chances of winning?" The culinary god asked. Poseidon shook his head. "At that time, I was still somewhat confident. But now, I can't see through him. He seems to be even stronger. Then I want to see if he is really as powerful as you say." The culinary god wasn't the only one. The other gods in the sky all looked at Chu Bei. However, just as they wanted to use their divine senses to probe him, not only were their divine senses destroyed, but they were also suppressed by his divine senses that were 3 times stronger than theirs. "Don't worry, he won't let you down. I'm praying for the angel god now. The sea god Poseidon looked at the angel god and suddenly laughed. Look, that's the sea god. Ma Hongjun pointed at Poseidon and shouted excitedly. Other than the sea god, there are so many other gods. Are they all friends of the sea god? If they are, I must ask the boss to invite them to the All Heavens shop. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. She swept her excited gaze across the gods and blurted out, "That's right. I am honored that all of you came to watch this show at the expense of your divine powers." The angel god's cold gaze swept across the 20 figures above her and snorted. As soon as she finished speaking, the angel god glanced at Chu Bei, pointed to the sky, and flew higher into the sky. Chu Bei smiled and nodded to the 20 gods who were watching the show one by one. Then he flew up into the sky. Like the angel god, he didn't want the aftermath of the battle to hurt the ordinary people below. Strangely, the angel god and Chu Bei's figures were getting farther and farther away from the ground, but their bodies didn't change at all. They were still as clear as ever. Chapter 246. In the westernmost region of the continent, in Oceanic City. Look up at the sky. My God. Who are those people? Most of them are just shadows. I can't even see their faces clearly. That's Boss Chu. He saved us at sea a few days ago. What? He's the Boss Chu who single-handedly defeated the overlord of the deep sea? Then who's that woman standing in front of him? She has 6 golden wings on her back. Sea god. I can't believe I'm seeing the sea god. Doesn't that mean those people in the sky are gods just like the sea god? All of the passers-by on the main road in the city looked up at the scenes in the sky with horror in their eyes. Deep in the ocean, the deep-sea devil whale monarch swept its massive tail through the air, creating massive waves that were over 100 meters tall as it looked up at the sky with incredulity in its eyes. In the central region of the Great Heaven Do Forest. Is he the one who took Sister Xiao Wu away? This was a monster with the head of an ox and the body of a snake. Its head was at least 4 meters in diameter, and its eyes shone like 2 lanterns. It was connected to a massive snake body that was several times thicker than a water tank. What kind of being did you hand Sister Xiao Wu over to? This was the Sky Azure Bull Python, one of the overlords of the Great Star Do Forest. How would I know, boss? The Titan giant ape wore a resigned expression as it stared at Chu Bei in the sky. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, its sensory abilities were far superior to those of titled Duluos of the same caliber. At this moment, the auras of the figures in the sky were all imbued with an aura that struck fear into the hearts of even forest overlords like them, and they were struck by an urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Judging from the auras emanating from those two, there's definitely going to be a fierce battle. I wonder how Sister Xiao Wu is doing now, the Sky Azure Bull Python sighed. On the Sea God's Island. The 2 of them flew out of the palace, and both of them exuded terrifying auras. However, even as powerful as they were, they couldn't help but shudder at the sight of the figures in the sky. With the appearance of the angel god, I'm afraid that Thousand Streams has already died at the hands of Boss Chu. Poseidon glanced at the angel god and murmured. When his gaze fell on Poseidon, he immediately put his hands together and prayed sincerely. I wonder who will be the winner of their battle. Tang Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chu Bei and the angel god. His gaze was fixed on one of the 20 gaps that was wrapped in red light. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. The Shura inheritance is just a hair's breadth away. The descent of the deities caused a heavenly anomaly. At this moment, everyone on the Doluor continent stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky in horror. Perhaps it was because these gods were large enough, or perhaps it was for some other reason, but no matter where one was on the continent, as long as one raised one's head, they could see the projections of the 20 gods, as well as Chu Bei and the angel god. In the huge arena of Heaven Do Imperial City, the clamor was gone, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. In the ordinary grandstand and the VIP grandstand, everyone was looking at the sky nervously. They were quietly waiting for the arrival of the battle between the 2 gods. Do you know that the sky is my home ground? In the distant sky, the angel god glanced at Chu Bei indifferently and spread out the 6 wings on his back. Raising his right hand, He pointed the angelic sword at the sky. Scorching radiant saint force connected with the sun easily, forming a huge, scarlet-golden pillar of light. It possessed tremendous might. A truly powerful god's strength comes from his own body. No matter where he is or what kind of environment he is in, his strength will not be affected. In other words, no matter where he is, it's his home ground. Chu Bei placed his hands behind his back and smiled at the angel god. His mocking voice echoed in the sky. His words were not only for the angel god to hear, but also for the spectating gods in the sky. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others in the arena could also hear them. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge screen appeared behind Chu Bei. 22 different flames of different colors danced on the screen. After the 11th rank commodity rights were unlocked, he could once again use the system to exchange for cultivation. His cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the Dosheng realm. At the Dosheng realm, one needed 5 million willpower to exchange for 1 star. 1 star Dosheng needed 1,500 willpower to break through to become a 1-star Do Emperor. He used all the willpower he'd obtained in the Doluor continent and directly jumped to become a 3-star Do Emperor. According to the system, his current cultivation was at the 11th rank, 3-star Dosheng. How arrogant! On the battlefield, the angel god glanced at the screen behind Chu Bei and snorted coldly. He waved the angelic holy sword in his hand and immediately tore the sky apart. Golden light filled the air. In an instant, in the distant sky, with the angel god and Chu Bei as the center, half of the sky was pale gold, while the other half was a brilliant rainbow. The angel god and Chu Bei's domains were clearly separated, each occupying half of the sky. This guy is interesting, especially those flames behind him. Even I am a little afraid of them. The figure who spoke was full of life energy. The hole on his head was 3 times larger than the one on the angel god's head. It was obvious that he was a god stronger than the angel god. Old light god, if the angel god loses, why don't you go up and show us what the upper limit of that guy's strength is? Poseidon smiled as he looked at the light god. Forget it. I am already a bag of old bones. I don't want him to tear me apart. The light god laughed. Under the gazes of all the gods, the 22 flames on the screen pulsed. Soon after, they gathered behind Chu Bei one after another, forming a pair of wings. Seeing the 22 different wings on Chu Bei's back, the angel god frowned as if she couldn't understand. What a trick! After the angel deity recovered from his surprise, he quickly calmed himself down. He raised the angelic sacred sword in his hand and pointed it at Chu Bei. The sun-true fire burst from her body, forming a red-gold flame that burned her and the angel god's sword. With a sweep of his hand, a sword chi wrapped in reddish-gold flames traversed the void and raged towards Chu Bei. Unknowingly, a strangely shaped sword had also appeared in Chu Bei's hand. The entire sword looked like a coiled snake. The snake's tail was the hilt, and the snake's head was the tip. The snake's tongue was forked, and the sword's body was covered with blood. Chu Bei swung his sword, and the 22 flame wings on his back seemed to support him. In an instant, the sword chi flew toward the angel god's sword chi. Whoosh! In the midst of the fusion, Chu Bei's sword light instantly annihilated the red gold flames and wreaked havoc towards the angel god. The angel god frowned, and she swung her angelic sword again. 2 more sword chi slashed at Chu Bei's sword chi. On the surface, the angel god appeared calm, but her heart was filled with shock. With just 1 sword strike, she was certain that the other party's sword Dao was superior to hers. She swung her sword and simply infused her power into the sword, using the sword as a medium to unleash this power. Her opponent's sword chi, on the other hand, was imbued with an unstoppable sword intent. The power of the sword itself was secondary. What's with that expression? We've only just started fighting, and you're already looking so serious. Can't you relax a little? Chu Bei shook his sword chi, a playful smile on his face. Don't be so smug. The angel god shot a cold glance at Chu Bei. Golden light flashed from her body, and her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Every time the light in her eyes flickered, the air would ripple like waves. She pointed her angelic sword at the sky, and her 10 golden soul rings pulsed in unison. The tip of the sword absorbed the power of the scorching sun in the sky. When the holy sword had absorbed enough true fire, the angel god raised the holy sword above his head. In an instant, red gold flames surged, and a massive red gold sword chi appeared above the angel god's head. With her angelic sword as the foundation, it pointed straight toward the sky. The terrifying energy rippling from the blade locked onto Chubei's body. The angel god's spiritual sense fused with the holy sword, and her essence, energy, and spirit were instantly raised to the peak. Since her sword Dao was inferior to her opponent's, she was going to use the most direct and violent method to shatter his so-called sword Dao. "Is that all you've got?" Chubei's voice carried a hint of mockery. The 22 flaming wings on his back trembled, and tens of thousands of tiny flame particles shot out from them. They attached themselves to the snake-shaped sword in Chubei's hand. Angel's judgment. Sensing the increasingly powerful aura of Chubei's sword, the angel god didn't give him any time to prepare. The angel god's holy sword had already reached the sky. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed, and black lightning flashed through the cracks in space. Before the crackling sounds of the black lightning could even spread out, they were engulfed by the pure golden flames on the sword. In the blink of an eye, the red gold sword was already above Chubei's head. The angel god swung the holy sword down, and a faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She had absorbed a large amount of true fire for this attack, and combined it with her divine power. Looking at the sword in her opponent's hand, it was clear that he hadn't finished preparing. Even if she couldn't kill him with her angel's judgment, she could at least severely injure him. In a battle between gods, once one side fell into a disadvantageous position, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to turn the tide. But in reality, when faced with the angel god's so-called angel's judgment, Chubei's expression didn't show the slightest hint of panic. In fact, he was extremely calm. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if the angel god's sword, which had the power to destroy the world, was nothing more than a joke to him. Just as the angel god's sword was about to land on Chubei's head, the snake-shaped sword in his hand drew a huge arc in the air. The surrounding flame particles seemed to be attracted to it, and they followed the blade to meet the attack. Chapter 247. On the battlefield, as Chubei swung the snake-shaped sword in his hand, the powerful holy sword in the angel god's hand was forced to deviate from its original trajectory under the influence of the flame particles. The angel god was horrified to discover that the primordial fire on the holy sword was being burned away by the seemingly insignificant fire particles. No matter how much she urged the holy power in her body, she could not bring the holy sword down. "You are a first-tier god in the godly realm, aren't you? This little bit of power is not enough at all." Just as the primordial fire on the holy sword was completely destroyed by the fire particles, Chubei's mocking voice sounded in the angel god's ears. As soon as the mocking voice fell, the snake-shaped sword in Chubei's hand turned into a blood-red stream of light. After forming a breathtaking brilliance in the air, it swept across the angel god's holy sword, which had already lost its primordial fire. Clang! First, there was the crisp sound of metal clashing. Then, there was a crisp crack, and the holy sword broke into two. Seeing the broken holy sword, the angel god's heart skipped a beat. Then, she decisively cut off the connection with the holy sword and quickly retreated. However, not long after the angel god retreated, the snake-shaped sword in Chubei's hand suddenly flew out. In an instant, it pierced through the void and hit the angel god's body. Whoosh! The angel god's angel god armor lit up with dazzling light, forming a spherical screen of light. But in front of the power of the snake-shaped sword, the light screen was so fragile. It was cut open like a thin piece of paper. After cutting open the light screen, the blood-red snake-shaped sword continued to move forward. In front of everyone's eyes, it bombarded the angel god's body. Bang! In the blood-red light, the angel god's armor was cut in half from the forehead to the lower half of her body. Golden blood spurted out from the neat wound. My god, even the angel god is no match for Boss Chu? The angel god was cut in half by Boss Chu's sword. Is this the end of the battle? If the souls of the 1,000 streams are still floating around and see this scene with their own eyes, they will definitely regret attacking Boss Chu. Boss Chu hasn't even gone to the celestial realm yet. This means that he hasn't been a god for long. How can a new god defeat an old god like the angel god? From today onwards, the strongest power in the Doluor continent will no longer be the three upper sects or the martial soul hall, but Boss Chu's All Heavens shop. As long as Boss Chu is in power, All Heavens shop's position will remain unshakable. When everyone saw the angel god cut in half, they all covered their mouths and cried out in shock. Did you guys see that? Even the angel god that the Thousand Dao sect worships is not a match for the boss. On the stage, Ning Rongrong's face was flushed red with excitement, and she was so excited that she danced with joy. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the rest were all overjoyed. It was obvious that they had still underestimated their boss's strength. Tang Hao's expression became more and more absent-minded. When he came back to his senses, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. To him, the higher the other party's realm, the more trustworthy the other party's words were. Perhaps his iron could really be revived one day, and their family of three would really be reunited one day. On the rostrum, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengji, and the others were shocked. Bibi Dong was silent. His hands were clenched so tightly that his nails almost penetrated his flesh. That angel god fellow underestimated his opponent. If it were me, I would have given that fellow a strong dose of medicine. A god holding a ladle in one hand and an iron pot in the other said. Can you stop bragging, Boilermaker? In terms of combat power, you're the weakest here, right? Even the angel god was defeated. Do you think you can win? The nine-colored goddess looked at the culinary god with disdain. I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. The culinary god laughed. In fact, from the moment Chu Bei had swung that probing sword, he had already regarded him as at least a first-tier god. I really underestimated you. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, the angel god's cold voice spread from the sky. It carried a supreme pressure that reverberated in everyone's mind. Looking over, they saw the angel god's body that had been split into two fused back together. The golden blood also returned to the angel god's body. However, when the angel god's body returned to its original state, one of her golden soul rings exploded with a crack. Of the original 10 soul rings on her body, only 9 were left. Are gods immortal? Looking at the resurrected angel god, everyone was in disbelief. Is this the difference between a god and a human? Bibi Dong frowned. The angel god's ability was somewhat similar to his 100,000-year soul skill. The difference was that when she used that soul skill, her soul power and blood essence would be greatly consumed. However, the angel god seemed to be no different from before, except for the fact that she had one less golden soul ring. The time left for you is limited. Bring out some dry goods. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at the angel god. With a wave of his right hand, the serpentine sword formed from many types of strange flames swept towards the angel god. Seeing the snake-shaped sword coming at her again, the angel god frowned and flapped her 6 angelic wings. First, she retreated quickly. Then, she flapped her wings and did a 90-degree turn in the air. After successfully dodging the serpentine sword, the angel god snorted coldly. Then, as she chanted, she put her palms together. In the next moment, a huge sun appeared behind her. Angel, annihilation, buzz. As the 4 cold syllables rang out, the void between heaven and earth trembled violently. This. Everyone in the square suddenly trembled. They only felt as if their bodies were inexplicably being squeezed by an invisible force, and their bodies actually became sluggish for a moment. In the distant sky, when the scorching sun behind the angel god released rays of warm light, they all felt an incomparable heat spread through their limbs and bones. However, before they could enjoy this warmth, the blood in their bodies suddenly began to boil. The soul power in their bodies quickly dissipated like snow. In an instant, they found that they couldn't even summon their martial souls. What kind of power is that? Everyone realized that the soul power in their bodies had disappeared, and they all looked at the scorching sun behind the angel god in horror. However, under the control of the angel god, this scorching sun, which could dissolve soul power, was moving toward Chu Feng. Wherever the sun passed, the void rumbled. It was as if everything was imprisoned. Annihilation. The angel god uttered a single word. The sun disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was right in front of Chubei. The angel god's lips curled into a smile. This was one of her most powerful divine skills. Even a god's divine power would be annihilated in a short time. Far from enough. Just as the angel god was filled with anticipation, Chubei reached out with his right hand. A pitch-black vortex appeared in front of his palm. As the calm and collected voice came out of Chubei's mouth, the strange whirlpool in front of him suddenly emitted a roar. In an instant, the strange vortex expanded rapidly. The center of the vortex, which had a diameter of over 100 meters, released a terrifying suction force. It forcibly sucked the sun in. It was also at this moment that everyone realized that the soul power that had disappeared in their bodies had reappeared. Impossible. The angel god's expression changed for the first time. The smile on her face was replaced by astonishment. Angel's annihilation. This divine skill was famous even in the divine realm. It was also the main reason why she could become a first-tier god. In a battle between gods, this skill could temporarily purify the opponent's divine power. It could often be used in conjunction with a terrifying skill to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Before using this skill, she had thought of several moves that could severely injure the opponent. However, the prerequisite was that her angel's annihilation could temporarily disable the opponent's ability to fight. As the angel god stared blankly at the growing vortex in the distance, the shock in her eyes had yet to fade. Chubei pushed his right palm forward. Immediately, the brilliant flames in Chubei's palm pushed the strange vortex toward the angel god. The angel god seemed to sense the danger and immediately flapped her 6 wings. However, no matter how she flapped them, she could not resist the terrifying suction force of the vortex. In less than 3 seconds, his body was uncontrollably sucked into the bottomless black vortex. In an instant, the noisy atmosphere in the square was replaced by a deathly silence. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. It was as if they had lost their voices. Their minds were in a half-dazed state. Just as everyone stared at the black vortex in the distant sky, the angel god's pained howl came from the vortex. Then, there was an earth-shattering boom as the black vortex exploded. What followed was pieces of flesh dripping with golden blood, as well as the angel god's armor that had been reduced to countless pieces. "You deserve to die, you deserve to die." The angel god's hysterical roar was like a demonic voice from hell that spread through the void. Pieces of flesh and pieces of divine equipment were being reassembled in front of everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the angel god appeared in perfect condition before everyone's eyes. However, compared to the previous time, the resurrected angel god had golden blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. There were several more pitch-black demonic patterns on her face. Her originally stunning appearance was now a little frightening. Not only that, but the number of golden soul rings on her body had decreased by 3. In addition to the soul ring she had previously lost, she now only had 6 soul rings left. In the distant sky, the angel god wiped the golden blood from the corner of her mouth. Her originally ferocious expression suddenly became calm. Her hands danced rhythmically. Every time her hands drew an arc, the golden light around her body became more and more solid. 2 in 1, 3 in 1, 4 in 1. The angel god's 6 remaining golden soul rings overlapped with each other. Only then did her hands stop moving. In the instant that the 6 combined, the sky turned completely golden. The only golden soul ring on her body suddenly increased in size by hundreds to thousands of times. At this moment, the true sun hanging high in the sky had been blocked out. Heaven and earth seemed to be filled with the golden light of this one and only soul ring, and even the sea on the westernmost side of the continent was illuminated with a golden color. Under the holy light, the angel god's body instantly transformed. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, countless angel gods hovered in the air above the battlefield in just a few breaths. There was a huge golden soul ring behind each angel god. Although there were thousands of angel gods standing in different positions, the golden soul rings behind them all shone in the direction of Chubei. Everyone in the plaza felt as if their bodies were being weighed down by millions of kilograms of weight just by looking at the countless divine rings. The pressure was so great that they couldn't breathe. Great sun, angel, myriad suns soaring sky. Countless angel gods glared at Chubei fiercely, their eyes full of killing intent. In the next moment, they shouted at the same time, and the sound waves rolled in the sky. Amidst the uniform shouting, everyone in the plaza had an inexplicable illusion that the ground under their feet was slowly sinking. In front of the myriad suns soaring sky of the angel god, the myriad suns soaring sky of the 1,000 Dao flow were like a pile of dog shit. It was simply heaven and earth, and couldn't be compared at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the collapsing sky, thousands of angel gods pushed the only huge golden soul ring towards Chubei at the same time. Countless soul rings intertwined, instantly forming a square space, and Chubei was in the center of this space. Rumble. A loud explosion came from the golden light, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. This light was too bright and dazzling, and even people as strong as Bibi Dong and Tang Hao had to close their eyes and use their divine sense to capture the scene that was happening on the battlefield. At this moment, the 20 gods who were watching the show also became serious. At their level, they could naturally tell that the battle between the two was about to end very soon. Is this considered your all-out attack? A calm voice suddenly came from the dazzling golden light that couldn't be seen through. Just from the voice alone, one could tell that the owner of the voice was very calm, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It's over. An ethereal sound that seemed to come from beyond the heavens reverberated out from the golden light. The sound waves formed by the sound waves caused ripples to appear in the solid golden light. They swept across the sky and spread to every corner of the Doluor continent. In the light, a huge screen with 22 dancing fire spirits could be faintly seen. This was the illusory screen behind Chubei from before. However, this time, it was clearly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The aura released by any one of the 22 fire spirits dancing on it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Suddenly, the screen shook, and the 22 fire spirits gathered together and jumped out of the screen at the same time. In an instant, the void shattered and collapsed. Amidst a frightening and strange buzzing sound, the impenetrable square light prison formed by the angel god, formed by countless intertwined golden soul rings, suddenly shattered. Chapter 248. On the battlefield, the light prison shattered, and the spectators were once again able to clearly see the scene on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of angel gods were still standing in different positions in the void, but the golden soul rings behind them were nowhere to be seen, and golden blood was dripping from the corners of their pale mouths. Rumble. 22 fire spirits surrounded Chubei like stars surrounding the moon. Each of them released a demonic flame, and under everyone's gaze, the different flames began to connect with each other. In an instant, the 22 fire spirits became a ring-shaped hole without any gaps, and then began to rotate around Chubei with a rhythm. As they rotated, pillars of flame shot straight into the sky, opening a gap in the distant sky. These 22 fire spirits seemed to be connected to the energy outside the Doluor continent, and a terrifying wave of energy that was different from the spiritual energy of the Doluor continent spread out. Under this energy, the sticky golden light that was originally enveloped by the angel god's domain dissipated instantly, and was replaced by layers of flame ripples. The sea was no longer blue or golden, but had turned into a gorgeous rainbow. The moment the color of the sea changed, the aquatic spirit beasts were boiling, and almost simultaneously let out excited cries. At this moment, the faces of the soul masters in every corner of the continent were brimming with joy. Previously, the angel god's terrifying method had caused the soul power in their bodies to disappear, but Boss Chu's method had indeed caused the soul power in their cells to become active, and some soul masters who were on the verge of a bottleneck even used this power to directly break through. His power is different from our divine power, and under this power, the divine power in my body actually feels suppressed. The culinary god frowned, and his eyes were fixed on Chubei, who was in the middle of the battlefield, with a look of horror on his face. At this moment, Chubei was in the center of the 22 fire spirits, and he seemed to be the commander of this huge monster. His expression and behavior did not change at all, and he still had a smile on his face. He looked at the angel gods around him calmly, and his hands were behind his back, looking calm and composed. Fury of the Flame Emperor. Chu Bei looked around indifferently, and his lips moved slightly. Upon hearing these emotionless and calm syllables, the expressions of the tens of thousands of angels and gods trembled at the same time, and an inexplicable sense of danger welled up in their hearts. However, before they could do anything, the 22 balls of fire spirits shot out tens of thousands of fire dragons amidst a strange buzzing sound. These fire dragons were releasing blinding flames, bringing with them a high temperature, and at the same time, there was no lack of soul-stirring coldness. 22 fire dragons formed a group, and each group did not intertwine with each other. Each group targeted a split angel god. In the blink of an eye, the countless angels on the battlefield were surrounded by 22 fire dragons. Not a single one escaped. The angel god's breathing became rapid, and fear finally appeared in his eyes. The 22 fire dragons around her were arranged as if they were following some kind of strange positioning array. The dragons spat out different kinds of flames that seeped into her body at the same time and actually sealed all of her divine power. Destroy. Chu Bei clenched his fist. As the cold syllables rang out, there was no deafening explosion in the distant sky. There were only blooming fireworks, and it was extremely beautiful. Everyone in every corner of the continent spread out. The scene in front of them did not look like a battle between gods at all. It looked more like a celebratory feast, especially the tens of thousands of beautiful fireworks that bloomed in the sky, stunning the heavens. As time passed, the fireworks on the battlefield dissipated. At this moment, the densely packed fire dragons had already disappeared, along with the thousands of angel gods. To be more precise, there was still an angel god on the battlefield, but this angel god's figure was rapidly becoming transparent. Bam, 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 bam. Under everyone's gaze, the angel god's only giant golden soul ring split into 6. Then, 6 earth-shattering explosions rang out, and the last 6 soul rings on the angel god's body completely shattered. I am a god, I won't die, I won't die. The armor on the angel god's body began to disintegrate, and her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Chu Bei, filled with unwillingness and monstrous killing intent. I will be back. I will definitely be back. Hysterical roars and disheveled hair, she was no longer as pure and holy as she had been when she first descended. Now, she looked more like a cursing auntie. You're just an ant. So noisy. Chu Bei picked at his ear impatiently, then waved his sleeve. Flames brushed past like a breeze, and the angel god's final projection dissipated, leaving behind an unresigned voice that still echoed in the air. You're just an ant. Looking at the disappearing angel god in the sky, everyone in the square was flabbergasted. Their expressions were sluggish and their minds were blank. Only Chu Bei's last words were left, repeating in their minds over and over again. This time, the angel god was defeated. She really was defeated. She didn't resurrect. Is this Boss Chu's true strength? In his eyes, even a powerful god like the angel god is just an ant. After this battle, do you think those gods will avenge the angel god? I don't think so. They're more like spectators. Also, I saw Boss Chu greet one of the gods. Presumably, even gods have their own circle. There are enemies and friends. I really want to know what the realms of the divine realm are, what realm the angel god is at, and what realm Boss Chu is at. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses, and the dead silence in the plaza was immediately replaced by clamor. This time, the exclamations reached a peak. Obviously, in these people's subconscious, the side they supported and hoped to win was Boss Chu. After all, in their view, the angel god was an invader from the divine realm, and Boss Chu was a native. Can I really defeat him after becoming the Rakshasa god? Looking at Chu Bei, who was standing in the sky like an emperor, Bibi Dong on the rostrum softly muttered, his expression wooden and somewhat absent-minded. Boss Chu is really terrifying. The White Tiger Emperor and the Snow Knight Emperor looked at each other, smiled, and finally let out a sigh. Sect Master Ning, you really have a good daughter. Yu Tianhao patted Ning Fengji's shoulder, his words filled with envy and jealousy. Ha ha, It's a blessing from the kindness accumulated in my previous life. Ning Fengji laughed loudly. How could he not understand the meaning of Yu Tianhao's words? It was nothing more than his precious daughter becoming Boss Chu's proxy. And with this thread, his 7 treasures glazed sect and all heaven's shop were inextricably linked in countless ways. It could be said that he had a powerful backer. Is this our boss? He defeated the sea god, the angel god. On the battle stage, Zhu Zhuqing stared blankly at Chu Bei's back in the sky, her cold little face filled with astonishment. Zhuqing, let the boss be our wedding witness in the future. Dai Mubai rubbed his palms, pointed at Chu Bei, and looked at Zhu Zhuqing expectantly. Zhu Zhuqing, I want to earn more money in the future. I want to be as strong as the boss. Ma Hongjuan's evil phoenix martial soul lit up, his hands clenched into fists as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Did you guys realize that we can exchange for rank 81 soul power now? Ning Rongrong seemed to have discovered something. She suddenly exclaimed, her face full of joy. It's really possible. That's great. We can take a shortcut again. After confirming that the upper limit of soul power had increased by a large realm, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and the others looked at each other excitedly. Rumble, high in the sky, Chu Bei waved his sleeves, and the 22 fire spirits around him returned to his body. Following that, the flames that filled the sky dissipated, and the color of the sea returned to blue. Everything returned to normal. Chu Bei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the 20 gods. Finally, his gaze fixed on Poseidon, the sea god, and he smiled and nodded in greeting. It's really an honor to be able to witness Boss Chu's skills again. Poseidon shook the golden trident in his hand and smiled. In the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my agents, Chu Bei said politely. I heard from Poseidon that you're a god from outside the Doluor continent. The god of light was confused. Chu Bei looked at the god of light, whose aura was no weaker than Poseidon's, and said calmly, didn't you watch the entire battle between me and that birdman? I'm sure you know the answer in your heart. Yes, can you tell us about the cultivation laws outside the Doluor continent? Do they all cultivate the same power system as you? The god of light asked curiously as he recalled the 22 strange fires that Chu Bei had summoned at the end. The world outside the Doluor continent is much bigger than you think. Your Doluor continent is just a tiny existence in one of the many galaxies out there. Chu Bei was very serious. Thousands of galaxies? The god of light was not the only one who was confused. The other gods were also confused. When you're able to break through the barrier, you can go to the outside world to take a look. The powerhouses there are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Chu Bei continued to be perfunctory. After he finished speaking, he flew down to the arena below. The outside world, huh? The gods murmured, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Chu Bei's words seemed to have rekindled their previously extinguished passion. The battle is over. It's time to go back. Our appearance must have affected the people of the continent. We can't stay here any longer. The god of light took one last look at Chu Bei, and his projection gradually disappeared. Following him, the other 19 gods' phantoms also disappeared one after another, along with the terrifying pitch-black hole in the sky. In the westernmost part of the continent, Oceanic City. That powerful existence was killed by Boss Chu. Who knows what Boss Chu said to those gods in the end? Have all the gods returned to the divine realm? Are only level 100 gods able to go to the divine realm? I'm really thankful for Boss Chu's last flame power. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to break through. I've decided. From now on, apart from the sea god, I'll also have this Boss Chu as my believers. Who wants to go with me? Let's go visit Boss Chu together. After the gods in the sky left and there was no one left, the pedestrians on the main road in the city came back to their senses one after another and started discussing. In the sea, the deep-sea magic whale king leaped out of the water, and its huge tail created a 100-meter wave. Even the angel god was defeated. Looks like he really has a way to help me break through. The deep-sea sunglasses king looked inland with its large single eye, and there was some anticipation in its muttering. The stronger the opponent was, the more trustworthy their words were. As for its initial thoughts of revenge, it had long since given up. Even if it took the final step to become a demon god, it didn't have the confidence to defeat veteran gods like the sea god and the angel god, let alone Boss Chu, who was even more powerful than them. In the heart of the great Heaven Do forest, the two overlords of the forest, the sky azure bull python and the titan giant ape, looked at each other in silence for a long time. The battle between Chu Bei and the angel god came to an end. The gods left, and the soul masters and ordinary people in every corner of the Doluor continent came back to their senses one after another. After this battle, everyone on the Doluor continent knew of a super powerhouse who could defeat a powerful god. He was the owner of the All Heavens shop. Chapter 249. Chu Bei's figure slowly descended onto the arena in the plaza where the tournament was held. Boss, you're too mighty. Ning Rongrong was the first to step forward and flatter him. Boss, you're the strongest person I've seen in my 10 years of life. I'm afraid I won't see anyone as strong as you in the next few hundred or thousand years. Ma Hongjun was unwilling to fall behind. As Oscar ran towards Chu Bei, he quickly followed behind, his saliva flying everywhere. Boss, you're everyone stop. Seeing that Dai Mubai and Wang Fan were about to spit everywhere, Chu Bei hurriedly waved his hand to stop them. Boss, thank you for standing up for me. With a plop, Tang San suddenly knelt in front of Chu Bei and bowed deeply. Get up. Chu Bei waved his hand and lifted Tang San up. He said seriously, remember, this is the All Heavens shop's rule. If the younger ones are bullied, the older ones must step in and take back the money with interest. I'm the one protecting you now. In 10 or 100 years, you must also protect the lower-level agents in the shop. Yes, boss. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the rest of the 8 people cupped their fists towards Chu Bei and shouted. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. Everyone in the spectators' stand looked at them with envy and jealousy. It was great to have such a powerful and terrifying boss who was also protective of his subordinate. Thud thud thud, before the spectators in the spectators' stand could leave, a group of people wearing white robes entered the arena from the entrance. Walking at the front of the group was a tall middle-aged man and a graceful and luxurious-looking woman. Look at the symbol on their robes. Clear Sky Hammer. They are from the Clear Sky sect. Just as everyone in the spectators' stand recognized the group, the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman had already arrived on the arena. The two of them bowed respectfully towards Chu Bei, then fixed their gazes on Tang Hao. Brother Hao, is it really you? The graceful woman came to her senses and quickly walked in front of Tang Hao. Her slender hands quickly grabbed Tang Hao's shoulders. Her eyes were already filled with tears. Tang Hao was also stunned when he saw the beautiful woman. He then looked at the beautiful woman and sighed softly. Yuhua, it's me. After so many years, you probably can't recognize me anymore, right? I didn't expect you to find this place. When he said that, Tang Hao deliberately straightened his clothes. There was a hint of self-mockery in his words. Brother Hao, why is your soul power gone? The graceful woman's lips trembled. She suddenly threw herself into Tang Hao's arms and burst into tears. Her hands tightly hugged Tang Hao's waist as if she wanted to merge her body into Tang Hao's. As elegant as she was, she no longer cared about her image. That kind of crying that was a complete outpouring of emotions made people unable to help but raise their eyebrows. Tang San's expression became even more lifeless, especially when he saw his father gently patting the beautiful woman's back with a gentle expression on his face. Tang San found it hard to imagine that this old-fashioned old man of his would actually have such an expression. It's just that I used an explosive ring earlier and blew up 8 rings. I haven't recovered yet. Don't worry, you're already so old, yet you're still crying like a little kitten. Tang Hao's mouth held a smile as he stretched out a hand to wipe the graceful woman's tears. After a long while, the beautiful woman's crying finally stopped. She slowly raised her head and looked deeply at Tang Hao. Then she turned her head to look at Tang San. He is. You and her son? Yes. Tang Hao silently nodded his head in response. The graceful woman stood up from Tang Hao's arms. She turned to Tang San with teary eyes and raised her hand to touch the other's face. Tang San furrowed his brows and subconsciously took a step back in Chu Bei's direction, avoiding the graceful woman's hand. The graceful woman frowned slightly. "What are you dodging for? I'm your aunt." "Aunt?" Hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and then looked at Tang Hao. His gaze was filled with confusion. "She's my sister, your aunt," Tang Hao said to Tang San. "I didn't expect my nephew to be so old already." The graceful woman's hand reached out again. This time, Tang San did not dodge. He allowed the aunt of this world to touch him. "Father, that person is." "That's right, he's your uncle." Tang San pointed at the tall middle-aged man. However, before he could finish speaking, Tang Hao spoke and interrupted him. Then, Tang Hao walked step by step toward the middle-aged man. "Brother Xiao, don't say anything else. Come back. The Clear Sky sect needs you." Tang Xiao placed a hand on Tang Hao's shoulder and said, "Brother Xiao, I will return, but not now." Tang Hao looked straight at Tang Xiao. "Back then, the Clear Sky sect was forced into seclusion because of me. I will bear this crime." "Brother Hao, don't say that. Most of the people in the sect don't blame you. They're all waiting for you to return," the graceful woman hurriedly said. As time passed, the densely packed figures in the plaza stood up and left one after another. On the way out, they gathered in twos and threes, and the topic of conversation continued to revolve around Chu Bei. 3 months later. The name of the All Heavens shop was known throughout the Doluor continent. It could be said that everyone knew about it. Whether it was a soul Doluor whose soul power was above rank 80 or a soul scholar who had just awakened their martial soul, anyone who had a little money would become a regular customer of the All Heavens shop. As for the leaders of some of the top organizations, their cultivations had increased tremendously through their transactions with Chu Bei. Before Chu Bei had transmigrated to the Doluor continent, there were less than a handful of titled Doluor on the continent. Now, there were more than 100 of them. In these 3 months, Chu Bei had used all the willpower that he had obtained through his transactions and the commission that he had obtained through his agents to exchange for his cultivation. Right now, Chu Bei's cultivation had reached rank 11 and 9 stars. However, what made Chu Bei depressed was that he was in the same predicament that he had been in before coming to the Doluor continent. He could not activate his rank 12 merchandise authority. Other than that, he did not know how to return to the Dochi continent. There was no movement from the system either. "Do I have to stay in the Doluor continent for the rest of my life?" Chu Bei looked at the distant horizon with a melancholy expression. 3 months ago, he was already invincible in the Doluor continent. After sighing, Chu Bei arrived at the boundless ocean. Using the map on the agent interface, Chu Bei instantly arrived above the sea area where the deep-sea devil whale king was. The deep-sea devil whale king seemed to have sensed Chu Bei's aura. Amidst the rolling waves, its huge body emerged from the sea. "Greetings, Lord." The deep-sea devil whale king transformed into a middle-aged man and bowed respectfully to Chu Bei. "Do you still remember the promise I made to you?" Chu Bei calmly looked at the deep-sea devil whale king. "Lord, you want to help me break through?" Hearing Chu Bei's words, the deep-sea devil whale king's body actually trembled with excitement. Chu Bei nodded slightly, then casually threw a scarlet pill to the deep-sea devil whale king. Without waiting for the deep-sea devil whale king to catch it, Chu Bei had already floated away. Looking at Chu Bei's back, the deep-sea devil whale king looked at the scarlet pill in its hand, hesitated for a few seconds, and threw it into its mouth. Rumble above the boundless sea, the pure energy between heaven and earth madly rushed into the deep-sea devil whale king's body. This force stirred the boundless sea, the sea water churned, and huge sea tornadoes rose into the sky. "Thank you, Lord." A few seconds later, above the sea, a man emitting a bright golden light bowed in the direction of Chu Bei's departure, and a loud voice spread far and wide. "The host has arrived at the shrouded sky plane, trying to obtain willpower for the system. When the willpower reaches the evaluation requirement, the host will be granted level 12 commodity authority. Due to the high danger level of the shrouded sky plane, The host can borrow the power of Xiao Hei at specific times. Another 3 months later, early in the morning, the long-awaited system voice sounded in Chu Bei's sea of consciousness. It's finally here. Chu Bei looked up to the sky and let out a sigh. After waiting for such a long time, he thought that the system had abandoned him. These days of being invincible were really boring. 2 hours later. Boss, where are you leaving to? Is it to the wider world outside the Doluor continent? Dai Mubai, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and the others stood side by side in front of Chu Bei, their eyes filled with reluctance and curiosity. Run the shop well and make money. When you can break through the barrier of this continent, go to the wider world to find me. Chu Bei looked at Dai Mubai and the others with a smile and said, I'll wait for you there. As his voice fell, Chu Bei waved his sleeve. Rumble, with a roar, the void in front of Chu Bei began to distort. A moment later, a blue intersecting wheel slowly appeared. At the top of the wheel, the words Bitwall Spacetime Wheel were particularly conspicuous. Below it, the words Shrouded Sky Bitwall were slightly smaller. Looking closely, there was an azure passage in the wheel that was woven by the river of time. Looking at the wheel of time that appeared, Chu Bei seemed to be prepared. He took a step forward and stepped into the wheel of time and space. What is that thing? Could it be that it leads to a wider world? It's a pity that the boss has already gone in, there's no time to ask. Looking at the blue wheel suspended in the air and the passage that led to an unknown place, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others looked at each other and guessed. The moment he stepped into the wheel of time and space, Chu Bei found that the majestic soul power in his body was the same as the first time, as if it was suddenly shackled and could not be mobilized. He did not appear in shrouded sky in the blink of an eye, but swam in a wonderful world woven by the river of time, drifting forward day and night. Chapter 250. Bowing my head, I look at the sea like a cup. On one peak, I don't believe that 10,000 mountains will open. The sun holds Fusang and leaps, the sky holds a stone. After looking at Qinshu, there is still the Han Emperor stage. Mount Tai had a majestic aura. It was the head of the 5 sacred mountains and the head of the 5 sacred mountains. It was known as the #1 mountain in the world. Since ancient times, Mount Tai was the symbol of holiness. In ancient times, it was seen as the place where the sun was born and everything grew. Legend had it that when the world was first formed and heaven and earth were separated, there was a person called Pangu who grew between heaven and earth. After a long 18,000 years, the sky was extremely high and the earth was extremely thick. Pangu also grew very tall. His breathing turned into a style and his voice turned into thunder. When he was happy, the sun was bright and clear. When he was angry, it was rainy. Suddenly, the giant Pangu fell to the ground. His head became East Peak, his abdomen became Middle Peak, his left arm became South Peak, his right arm became North Peak, and his feet became West Peak. The East Peak here was Mount Tai. Nothing was bigger than Mount Tai. Nothing was bigger than Mount Tai. Boom. There was a loud sound in the sky and a black hole appeared. A black shadow fell from it. I'm finally out. Chu Bei climbed up from the deep hole. After brushing the dust off his body, he immediately took out a mirror. Looking at the face that did not change much, just a little more mature, Chu Bei let out a long breath. This time, he did not become an old man. He just looked more mature and stable. He was about 27 or 28 years old. Jade Emperor Peak, this is Mount Tai. Chu Bei looked around. When his eyes fixed on a huge mountain rock, surprise flashed in his eyes. Jade Emperor Peak, the main peak of Mount Tai. It was named after the Jade Emperor Palace. Have I returned to Earth? Looking at the tourists coming and going on Mount Tai and the familiar way of dressing, Chu Bei was stunned at first. Then, joy appeared on his face. However, this excitement only lasted for a while before it was replaced by disappointment. This was because he found that he could not fly out of Mount Tai. Somehow, there was a restriction that locked him in Mount Tai. Chu Bei looked up at the sky and sighed. If he could fly out of Mount Tai, the first thing he would do would be to take a look at the place where he was killed. After feeling melancholy, Chu Bei quickly calmed down. In his mind, he recalled the people, objects, and the direction of the plot in the shrouding the heavens world. Just like when he had transmigrated to the Doluor continent, his cultivation rank had switched between the Doluor plane and the battle break plane, but it was now 0. With his previous experience, Chu Bei immediately clicked on the agent interface. However, the system only gave him a recommendation for a level 1 agent. This person was none other than the main character of Shrouding Heaven, Yi Fan. Has the plot not started yet? Recalling the storyline of Shrouding the Heavens, and looking at Yi Fan, who was also on Mount Tai, Chu Bei came to a conclusion. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin was about to arrive, and Yi Fan was currently having fun with his university classmates on Mount Tai. Looking at the scorching sun that was still hanging high in the sky, Chu Bei fell into deep thought. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin happened in the evening, and the place where it landed was Jade Emperor Peak. Chu Bei simply enjoyed the beautiful scenery of Mount Tai leisurely. Mount Tai was worthy of being the head of the 5 mountains. Standing on top of Jade Emperor Peak, looking down at the thousands of mountains below and the Yellow River in the distance, it immediately made people understand the true meaning of Confucius's climbing Mount Tai is a small world. The ancient pine trees were lush, and there were many springs and waterfalls. There was no lack of spiritual beauty in the majestic majesty, and with the misty clouds, it naturally added a bit of mystery and profoundness. As time passed, the sun set in the west, and the various peaks were inlaid with a layer of golden light, shining like a rare treasure. Such a beautiful scene was even more intoxicating. At this time, among the tourists coming and going, a large group of about 30 people attracted Chu Bei's attention. Xiao Man, coming to your country this time is the right choice. Mount Tai is really cool. Walking at the front of the large group was a tall young man. Compared to the gentle and smooth Eastern face, he had a typical Western face. It was very three-dimensional, with a high nose bridge, slightly sunken blue eyes, and slightly curly blonde hair. In the eyes of Westerners, he was very handsome. Cade, it's good that you like it here. Next to the Western young man was a slim woman who was about 1.7 meters tall. The woman wore a pair of sunglasses, and her long black hair danced in the wind. She stood there with a slim and graceful posture. Listening to the conversation in the group, Chu Bei's lips curled up. Soon, he recognized some of the people in the group from the content of the conversation. In the end, Chu Bei's eyes were fixed on a young man in a blue shirt. Yi Fan, have you never thought of getting back together with Xiao Man? Lin Jiao pointed at Li Xiaoman who was walking at the front of the group and couldn't help but ask. My pursuit is different from hers. We are not from the same world. Since we have been separated before, why should we do it again? The young man looked at Li Xiaoman's back and smiled calmly. After all, that was in the past. Maybe now little brother, I can see that there is a murderous aura between your eyebrows. If the murderous aura surges, there will be a great tribulation. It is fate that brought us together. I have a ring here that can help you overcome the tribulation and even lead you to the pinnacle of life. I wonder if you are interested in learning more about it. Just when Lin Jiao was about to say something, Chu Bei had already walked over. With a smile on his face, his eyes fell on Yi Fan. Murderous aura between my eyebrows? Murderous aura surges? The corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched. Then, he took out a book that he bought at the foot of the mountain for 5 yuan and said to Chu Bei, Brother, I can see that you are gifted and have an amazing physique. You are a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy. The task of maintaining world peace will depend on you. I have a secret manual here. I can see that it is fated to be with you, so I will sell it to you for 15 yuan. Looking at the book that Yi Fan handed over, especially the 4 conspicuous words Buddha's palm, this time it was Chu Bei's turn to be dumbfounded. As expected of an earthling. Fart. Lin Jiao could not help but laugh out loud. Her graceful body trembled as she pulled Yi Fan's arm. Hurry up and catch up with the people in front. We are all lagging behind. Don't bother with this scammer. Yi Fan smiled and looked at Chu Bei. There are too many scammers like you on Mount Tai. Forget it, one more scammer won't make a difference. Take out your calamity breaker ring. As long as it is less than 50 yuan, I will buy it for you. I won't take your money. This is an opportunity that I am giving to you. As he spoke, Chu Bei handed the ring to Yi Fan and said, as long as you drip a drop of blood on it, this ring will be yours. F***ck. I still need to bleed. Yi Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and looked vigilant. Don't tell me you are going to cast a spell on me. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Chu Bei was stunned. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. After staying in Doluo and Do Po for so long, he had forgotten that the people of Earth who developed science had a different way of thinking compared to people from other planes. If it were him, he would not drip his blood on the ring so easily. Thinking of this, Chu Bei kept the ring. In the upcoming plot, he had plenty of ways to make the other party his proxy. Yi Fan, Lin Jiao, what are you two doing? Why aren't you following us? At this moment, someone called out to them from the front. I'm coming. Lin Jiao replied as she grabbed Yi Fan's arm and started running. Little brother, the 9 dragons are coming. The path to immortality has been opened. It is time for a great battle. The path to immortality is filled with corpses. This is your life's calamity. Without the ring, you won't be able to go far. Hearing the faint sigh behind him, Yi Fan could not help but turn around to look at the scammer who was following them leisurely. The corner of his mouth twitched again. This weird guy, he has been a scammer since he was born, right? The 9 dragons are coming, the path to immortality has been opened. In front of the Jade Emperor Temple, there was a sea of people and it was extremely noisy. Thousands of tourists stood on the peak of the mountain, looking at the scenery of Mount Tai. Regardless of whether it was from afar or close up, they could feel the majestic atmosphere of the first mountain. It made people's hearts surge. In front of the majestic Mount Tai, it gave people a strange illusion that they were as small as ants. Even the sun, moon, and stars in the sky seemed insignificant. It was a shocking feeling that made people's souls tremble. Rumble. Suddenly, just as everyone was admiring the beautiful scenery of Mount Tai, a few black dots appeared in the sky. Then, they became bigger and bigger in everyone's eyes, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 9 huge objects descended from the sky like 9 long black rivers. Looking at the scene in the sky, everyone on Mount Tai, including Yi Fan's group, was so shocked that their expressions froze. They looked at each other in shock. What are those things? Coffins. They look like coffins. Would there be such a big coffin? Could it be an alien spaceship? Look carefully at the 9 big guys at the front. Don't they look similar to the Huaxia divine dragons passed down by our ancestors? Dragon, are there really dragons in this world? Could the legends be true? Or are these big guys made by scientists? Impossible, I must be dreaming. Believe in science and adhere to atheism. In the sky, 9 huge dragon corpses pulled an ancient bronze coffin and pressed down on the peak of Mount Tai. The 9 dragon corpses were exactly the same as the dragons in ancient myths and legends. Each of the dragon corpses was 100 meters long and looked as if they were made of molten iron. They were full of shocking power. The 9 dragon corpses were all 5-clawed black dragons. Other than the dragon horns that were crystal clear and shining with purple light, the dragon bodies were completely black and shimmering with black light. Their scales shone with a mysterious brilliance in the darkness. Oh no, they're coming in our direction. Run, run quickly. After a short moment of clamor, the Jade Emperor Peak was in an uproar. Sensing the trajectory of the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin, the crowd's pupils shrank and their screams were filled with fear. Everyone fled in panic and rushed in all directions to avoid the huge dragon corpses that were getting closer and closer. In the blood-red sunset, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin and descended on Mount Tai. However, in such a shocking scene, the screams of fear and the cries of helplessness were heart-wrenching. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin did not fall very quickly, but when it landed, it still shook the peak of Mount Tai heavily. With a loud bang, the 9 behemoths descended like 9 mountain ridges, forcefully causing large cracks to appear on the Jade Emperor Peak. Earth and rocks flew everywhere as dust and sand filled the air. With a clang, the ancient bronze coffin fell on the Jade Emperor Peak. The mountain shook as if an earthquake had occurred. Rolling rocks fell with a rumbling sound, like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Save me, I have an 8-year-old mother and 10-year-old children, I can't die." For a moment, miserable screams and cries for help filled the entire Mount Tai. The violent tremors lasted for about 3 minutes before the mountain gradually calmed down. However, Mount Tai was no longer as majestic as it was in the beginning. Many rocks fell. As for the thousands of tourists, they were already in chaos. Other than those who unfortunately died, many people fell while running, their limbs were broken and their heads were bleeding. Looking back at the Jade Emperor Peak, most of the 9 huge dragon corpses that were hundreds of meters long were lying quietly on the mountain peak while the other half was hanging at the bottom of the cliff. It was like a black steel great wall that was filled with shocking power and extremely shocking to the eyes. As for the ancient bronze coffin, there were some blurry ancient patterns on it that were filled with the vicissitudes of time, and there was a mysterious aura circulating around it. "It's really the 9 dragons pulling the coffin." Yi Fan recovered from his panic and glanced at the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin. He turned his head to look at the fraud who was smiling at him not far away and muttered, "Could it be that the fraud's other identity is a researcher from NASA? Where did these big guys come from? Why isn't there any news report about this? Are those surveillance satellites useless? Oh, my God, thank you so much for your protection. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid a handsome Western man like me would have died from the previous tremors. Why are there 9 dragon corpses pulling the giant bronze coffin here? And why did they land on Mount Tai?" The 9 dragons pulling the coffin fell to the top of Mount Tai. It happened so suddenly that it was beyond everyone's imagination. "Is everyone okay?" In a group of about 30 people, a woman named Li Xiaoman asked. "Minor injuries, no big deal." The people in the group answered one by one. During the chaos just now, they did not run away. Instead, they found a safe place to gather together until the Jade Emperor Peak calmed down. "These big guys are beyond my knowledge. Let's go down the mountain while it's calm," a young man named Zhong Xiling said. Hearing that, everyone nodded. The sudden appearance of these big guys made them feel extremely uneasy. 9 dragons pulling the coffin, it's really shocking. Looking at the 9 dragon corpses that were hundreds of meters long as if they were cast from molten iron and the ancient bronze coffin that exuded an ancient and simple aura, Chu Bei could not help but sigh. After sizing up the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin, Chu Bei recalled an extraordinary woman who had once slaughtered her way through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sweeping through the entire universe, and making all the supreme experts in the universe tremble. It was also because of her that there was the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. She was the most talented great emperor in history, the most talented woman since ancient times. She was also the most ruthless person since ancient times. She looked down on the past and present, competing with the heavens, the earth, and herself. She was not talented, but she relied on her own strength to kill all the kings and stood alone in the 9 heavens. Even the gods could not stop her. With a mortal body, she walked to the top and became one of the most powerful people since ancient times. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who dared to call themselves the Celestial Emperor, and she was one of them. This strange woman was called the Ruthless Great Emperor in that era. She competed with the heavens all her life, killed the gods of the 9 heavens, stood above the 9 heavens, and made the gods tremble. However, it was not to become an immortal, but to wait for your return in the mortal world. Maybe we'll meet in the near future. Chu Bei's thoughts were in a mess. He felt that he would have some interaction with those great people in the past. Chapter 251. Fraud. Do you know anything about the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Yi Fan seemed to have thought of something as he quickly ran to Chu Bei and asked. Lin Jiao followed closely behind. She had been following Yi Fan and naturally heard what he said. The 9 dragons are coming and the path to immortality is open. Little brother, do you still not believe that my ring can protect you? The opportunity is right in front of you. Don't miss it. Chu Bei took out the proxy ring again and waved it in front of Yi Fan. He really wanted to tell the other party that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was used by a pitilessly stunning empress to receive her brother, but the other party had to believe him. Rumble. Yi Fan glanced at the proxy ring in Chu Bei's hand. Just as he was about to say something, the Jade Emperor peak that had calmed down shook violently again. Liu Yunji, give me a hand. Xiao Man, hold on tight. Don't let go. Ju Yi, hang in there. Amidst the cries of alarm, the safe spot where Yi Fan, Lin Jiao, and the rest of the group of 30 suddenly caved in. Then, they all fell down one by one. Yi Fan and the others landed on a huge altar one after another, accompanied by a series of low collisions and cries of agony. It was a quaint 5-colored altar. It was engraved with the marks of time and ancient runes that were hard to recognize. Why is there an altar here? Could it be that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin is here for this altar? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the huge 5-colored altar. The 9 huge dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin also appeared on the altar after the previous tremor. Buzz buzz buzz, just as everyone was guessing, the 5-colored hazy halo on the altar shone. In the next moment, everyone felt a huge force enveloping their bodies. Their legs felt like they were tied with lead and they could not move at all. Yi Fan, I can't move my body. What do we do? What do we do now? Why isn't the rescue team here yet? Is anyone there? Help us. Leave. We need to leave this place. On the altar, everyone present was terrified. The only one who remained calm as if nothing had happened was Chu Bei, who had jumped down after him. Why are you fine? Yi Fan's eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment as he looked at Chu Bei, who was walking back and forth. Yi Fan, who is this guy? Hearing Yi Fan's voice, everyone's attention landed on Chu Bei. Looking at the huge altar, other than the group of people from the university gathering, there was only Chu Bei, a stranger. He's a swindler. Moreover, I don't know where he got the news about the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Before Yi Fan could speak, Lin Jiao spoke first, as if she had forgotten about the current situation. Look, look. Suddenly, the Western man named Cade exclaimed in surprise. The mysterious and profound runes around the altar all floated and gathered together. They flickered and gradually formed a huge 8 trigrams diagram. This was a shocking scene. The 8 trigrams formed by the interweaving of ancient characters and runes grew larger and larger until it completely enveloped the sacrificial altar, the 9 dragon corpses, and the ancient bronze coffin. Boom! With a low thud, the lid of the ancient bronze coffin moved slightly, revealing a huge gap. In the next moment, under the horrified gaze of everyone on the altar, a brilliant light shot out from the gap and a huge suction force surged out. Among the ear-piercing screams, the figures on the altar were sucked into the ancient bronze coffin one after another. Seeing that the lid of the ancient bronze coffin was about to close, Chu Bei did not hesitate and quickly went into the gap. Yi Fan, are we in the ancient bronze coffin now? What should we do? How do we get out now? Who can save us? Why is this happening? What's going on? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the gathering. It's just as the saying goes. If you're unlucky, you can choke to death just by drinking water. Instead of being crushed to death by the mountain rocks, we're trapped in this ancient coffin by a mysterious force that defies common sense. The interior of the ancient bronze coffin was pitch black and filled with an icy chill. Some of the female students had already broken down and could no longer suppress their emotions and voices. They were sobbing softly. Even the male students were filled with helplessness and fear. Don't panic. We're living in the 21st century. Have you all forgotten about the mobile phone? A male student's eyes flashed. However, it would have been better if he did not say anything. The moment he said that, the atmosphere in the ancient coffin became even colder. This was because when everyone took out their mobile phones and dialed, they realized that there was no signal in the ancient coffin. There was no way to contact the outside world. This discovery made everyone even more fearful. Everyone, calm down. Although there's no way to contact the outside world, a shocking event like the 9 dragons pulling the coffin will definitely spread to the outside world. I believe that the rescue team will be here soon. Yi Fan appeared to be very calm. His words made everyone feel more at ease. That's right. We must calm down. With the speed of our country's rescue, I believe that we'll be rescued safely in less than half an hour. A man named Wang Ziwen also spoke to calm everyone down. That's right. We just need to wait quietly. If you're really scared, you'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Lin Jiao sat next to Yi Fan. Although she was a woman, she was very calm and did not panic. Actually, you guys are no longer on Earth. Just as the tense atmosphere in the ancient bronze coffin eased, a calm and indifferent voice made the atmosphere tense again. What did you say? We're no longer on Earth. What do you mean by that? Who are you? Are you a researcher from NASA? How much do you know about the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Hearing the voice, everyone's eyes fell on Chu Bei. Just treat this ancient coffin as a spaceship. You guys have been taken away from Earth by this spaceship and are now traveling in the universe. Chu Bei smiled. As for me, you guys can continue to treat me as a scammer. Chu Bei felt inexplicably good when he was with his friends from Earth. These guys were terrified because they did not know anything. As for him, he knew everything and had the system to save his life. To him, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was really a space trip. After going through the Doluor continent and Dupo plain, he was also thinking, where was the end of the path of cultivation? Was it really as he thought, that Doluor and Dupo were in some galaxy in this universe? Whether what you said is true or not, aren't you afraid at all? Yi Fan frowned and fixed his gaze on Chu Bei. It's just a trip. Why should I be afraid? Speaking up to this point, Chu Bei pointed around. If you have the time, why don't you use your phone's light to take a good look at the inside of this ancient bronze coffin? Maybe you can find something. Hearing this, Yi Fan, Lin Jiao, and the rest turned on their flashlights. Under the dazzling light, they could see terrified faces. Many of them were pale and some were even trembling. Pang Bo, why are you here? I thought you couldn't come because you had something to do. Under the light, Yi Fan scanned the surroundings and fixed his gaze on a burly man. Hey, it's because it's rare for us to have a gathering, so I rushed here without stopping. Who would have thought that something like this would happen before I even met you guys? Then, before I could even greet you guys, I was sucked into this coffin together. The burly man called Pang Bo side. Then, he strode over to Yi Fan's side and gave him a heavy punch. Pang Bo, the future demon emperor? Chu Bei's gaze also landed on Pang Bo, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Pang Bo was Yi Fan's best friend during his university days. Although Yi Fan did not know Pang Bo's true background, Chu Bei, who had a god's perspective, knew everything about him. Pang Bo's family was a powerful demon clan on Earth. Due to the thin spiritual energy on Earth, this family gradually declined and eventually became ordinary people. However, in Pang Bo's generation, he happened to encounter the 9 dragons pulling a coffin, and through a series of fortuitous encounters, he awakened the demon emperor's bloodline. Later on, he was greatly nurtured by the demon clan and finally became the demon emperor of his generation. This copper coffin is very strange. Everyone, stay together and don't separate. After saying that, Yi Fan led the crowd to examine the ancient bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragon corpses under the flashlight of his mobile phone. There are so many engravings. Many of them are the ancient beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Looking at the engravings on the copper wall, a young man who had studied ancient myths and legends cried out in surprise. On these engravings, there were ferocious 9-headed divine birds spreading their wings and flying high. There were also huge beasts with foot-long spikes all over their bodies roaring at the sky. There were also Daotai, Cheongqi, Baian, and other divine beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Coffin, there's actually another coffin here. Suddenly, another cry of surprise came from the depths. Next to the screaming lady, there was another ancient bronze coffin. It was 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. It was simple and dark. Ancient engravings were engraved on it, and it was covered in a bronze-green color. It was engraved with the passage of time. Just one look at it was enough to send chills down one's spine. No wonder this ancient bronze coffin is so huge. There's actually another coffin inside the coffin. Everyone's eyes were focused on the small coffin. One after another, they gasped. "Do you guys think there's a corpse in this coffin?" Lin Jiao gulped and looked at the crowd nervously. "Why don't we open it and see?" Li Xiaoman could not hold back her curiosity. She could not help but ask. Hearing that, the crowd looked at each other. After communicating with their eyes, they came to the same decision. In the next moment, the few young men who were the most muscular each held a corner of the coffin lid. As for the rest, they helped from the back. However, after a while, the coffin lid did not move even an inch. "Stop trying. You guys can't open this coffin lid." Looking at Yi Fan and the rest's foolish actions, Chu Bei could not help but smile. Chapter 252. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Lin Jiao glared at Chu Bei. She always felt that this mysterious charlatan knew something, but he was unwilling to tell them anything. How hateful. Chu Bei didn't reply. He just strolled to the side of the coffin and reached out to touch it. He didn't know what was inside the coffin. There were rumors that there was a Tao-merging flower left behind by Emperor Vicious. After swallowing it, one could directly become a great emperor. There were supreme ancient scriptures and the remains of people from the immortal ancient era. There were also rumors that the most powerful person from the immortal ancient era was buried inside, a complete corpse of an immortal emperor. There were also rumors that there was a celestial realm inside. Regarding this answer, Chu Bei did not have a conclusion in his heart. Perhaps he would only know the answer when he truly opened the coffin. As time passed, everyone in the coffin gradually quieted down. In the deathly silent atmosphere, there was only the sound of heavy breathing. Clang, clang. Finally, a metallic sound rang out, breaking the silence in the ancient bronze coffin. Before anyone could react, the ancient coffin suddenly trembled violently. What's going on? What's happening now? Could it be that the rescue team outside has arrived? Are they opening the coffin lid to save us? God bless me. I can finally see the light again. This is the most terrifying experience in my life. Fortunately, I'm not in any danger. Under this violent tremor, everyone couldn't stand steadily. A small number of people even fell to the ground. However, at this moment, there was no trace of pain on their faces. Instead, they were all excited. In anticipation, the bronze coffin shook even more violently. Other than Chu Bei, no one could stand. Almost everyone fell to the ground, intimately touching the cold bronze coffin. Clang, clang. Another metallic sound rang out. This sound was as loud as thunder. Everyone subconsciously covered their ears. They could clearly feel the intense collision between the bronze coffin and the coffin. Light, there's light. With a cry of surprise, everyone looked at the coffin lid. After being stunned for a moment, they all became excited. We're saved. We're really saved. Cheers rang out from the ancient coffin. In the next moment, everyone got up one after another. After stabilizing their bodies, they quickly walked toward the gap that was big enough for two people to walk side by side. However, just as everyone rushed out of the ancient bronze coffin, their faces instantly turned gray. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were as lifeless as wood. As far as the eye could see, the reddish-brown earth outside the ancient bronze coffin seemed to have been soaked in blood, cold and desolate. Desolation and emptiness coexisted. There were a few huge rocks scattered on the ground. At first glance, they looked like tombstones. The world was dark and gloomy, and the faint black fog added a sense of eeriness to this world. Where is this? Everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. They were certain that this was not Mount Tai. It was a boundless reddish-brown land that stretched as far as the eye could see, remote and deathly still. There were no signs of life at all. It was simply not a place that they knew of. He had never seen or heard of such a place before. It was a completely unfamiliar and mysterious place. You're not joking with us. What you said is true. We're not on Mount Tai anymore. We're not on Earth anymore, right? Lin Jiao suddenly ran up to Chu Bei and said in a trembling voice, "Tell us, where is this place? How can we continue to go back? Who the hell are you?" "You're a researcher," Why did you bring us ordinary people? I want to go home, sob sob, I want to go home. Some of the female students gathered around Chu Bei, tugging at the corners of his clothes and sobbing uncontrollably. Don't cry. Perhaps this trip into space is an opportunity for all of you, Chu Bei said with a smile. Then can you tell us where we are first? Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei and asked. Go take a look at that rock. Chu Bei pointed at a huge rock that was at least 10 meters tall not far away. Not only Yi Fan, but Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, Pang Bo, and the others also ran toward the huge rock that Chu Bei was pointing at. Do any of you recognize these words? 2 ancient characters were clearly engraved on the huge rock. Each ancient character was at least a meter tall and the strokes were powerful and majestic. It was as if 2 angry dragons were coiling around each other. Zhongding Wen, these 2 characters are Ying Hua. A young man who was well versed in ancient Chinese characters blurted out the 2 characters. Ying Hua. What, this is Mars? Everyone murmured softly before coming to their senses and exclaiming at the same time. Their cries were filled with shock and astonishment. In ancient times, it was known as Ying Hua, a sign of inauspicious omen. In modern times, Ying Hua had been renamed to Mars. Oh God, are you serious? I can't believe you sent me to Mars. The Western man, Cade, grabbed the reddish-brown soil and yelled like a madman. The closest distance between Earth and Mars is 55 million kilometers. The furthest distance is more than 400 million kilometers. Is that really an alien spaceship at this speed? Lin Jiao was dumbfounded. Do you have a way to get us back? Pang Bo asked as he locked his gaze on Chu Bei. This guy is not someone I can control. Chu Bei shrugged and then pointed at the coffin pulled by 9 dragons. Do you see the 5-colored altar? Speaking of which, you haven't reached your destination yet. The ancient bronze coffin has run out of energy and is stopping here to replenish its energy. No, we can't continue to travel. Do you think we're not far enough from Earth? Lin Jiao glared at Chu Bei angrily. Besides, where is our destination? Come and see. Tiles, there are tiles here. Suddenly, the young man named Ju Yi screamed. Why would there be collapsed buildings here? Could it be that someone used to live here? Yi Fan frowned. Could it be that someone has migrated to Mars without us knowing? With this conjecture, joy appeared on everyone's faces again. Their eyes were filled with hope. Let's go and see if there's anyone here. It's better than sitting here and waiting for death, Ju Yi said. Looking at the group that was gradually moving away, Chu Bei put his hands behind his back and leisurely followed them. There's a light source in front. After walking for a few kilometers, a young man with good eyesight exclaimed. When everyone quickened their pace and arrived at the light source, they were all dumbfounded. This was an abandoned ancient temple. There was an ancient tree in front of the temple. The ancient tree was as old as a horned dragon and was completely withered. There were only 5 or 6 green leaves 2 meters above the ground. Each leaf was crystal clear and shone with a green light, like a divine jade. Tempest Temple. Yi Fan stared blankly at the rusty bronze plaque in front of the ancient temple. After recognizing the 4 ancient words carved on it, his body could not help but tremble. Tempest Temple? Legend has it that the Tempest Temple is the residence of Buddha, the supreme holy land of Buddhism. That's impossible. It's all imaginary. It doesn't exist. We have to believe in science. Science. Then why don't you use science to explain the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin to me? What if, and I'm just saying what if those myths and legends are true? There really are Buddhas and gods in this world. The crowd was in an uproar. Om, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, Hum. Suddenly, a faintly discernible chanting sounded from the temple. The majestic Buddhist voice lingered around the entire ancient temple. It was solemn, dignified, profound, and mysterious. Did you hear that? This feeling is so comfortable. My whole body feels warm. It's not an illusion. This is definitely not an illusion. The majestic Buddhist voice drifted through the air, resounding through the sky and shaking the heavens. In an instant, everyone was bathed in a sacred and auspicious light. It's true. The myths and legends must be true. This is really the Tempest Temple. Didn't Shakyamuni meditate on Mars for 7 days and 7 nights and finally become Buddha? Could it be that the ancient tree is the Bodhi tree that Shakyamuni used to attain Tao? Based on our current experience, what else can we not believe? The majestic Buddhist voice reverberated in their ears. Looking at the dazzling light that filled the surroundings, everyone looked at each other and was shocked like clay sculptures. At this moment, Chu Bei walked to the withered Bodhi tree and kept sizing it up. Compared to the Doluor plain, in this shrouding heavens world, other than signing a contract to speed up the cultivation conversion, he could also obtain valuable items from the system to speed up the conversion. Looking at the withered Bodhi tree in front of him, he was thinking about how to take it down. If this is really the legendary Great Lei-Yin Temple, then there must be a lot of divine items inside. Gradually, the crowd began to treat the legend as a real existence. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he was the first to run into the dilapidated temple. Seeing this, the others followed closely behind. It's actually glowing. As expected, these are not ordinary items. After entering the temple, everyone saw some glowing items and were instantly overjoyed. On this mysterious Mars, the more treasures one had, the more hope one had to survive. Sensing that there was a limited number of glowing items, everyone reacted and started to fight for them. Yi Fan went straight to the front of the stone Buddha statue and grabbed the bronze lamp that was beside it. Pang Bo casually picked up a bronze plaque that was glowing with golden light. As for the other people, they also snatched some glowing items, such as a vaja, broken incense burner, ferrule, bronze bell, fish drum, etc. Just as some people were searching for the items in their hands, a female student suddenly screamed. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked over and saw the female student fall to the ground with a plop, motionless. Looking over, her face was filled with horror. There was a bloody hole the size of a thumb on her forehead and blood was flowing out. Before she died, she seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. Chapter 253. What's going on? Is Lil Red dead? What happened? Looking at the female student's dead body, fear surged in everyone's heart, and their hair stood on end. This scene came too suddenly. A fresh life had died inexplicably just like that, and in such a strange way. Don't get close to her. Yi Fan immediately stopped the 2 male students who were trying to get close to the corpse. We don't know the cause of her death yet. Everyone stay together and be alert. Is it because we took these divine items and blasphemed the Tempest Temple? Is that why we are being punished by the gods? A male student glanced at the Buddha statue behind him and said with a trembling voice. He then put the glowing ancient mirror back to its original position. However, the moment he put down the ancient mirror, he screamed in agony. The next moment, his body fell to the ground. His death was almost exactly the same as the female student from before. There was a thumb-sized hole on his forehead, and blood was flowing out. Dead, he dead. Another one is dead. Go, we have to go. If we don't leave now, we will be the next to die. This place is strange. Let's retreat to the bronze coffin first. At least we don't have to die there. Looking at the man's corpse, everyone was terrified. At this moment of life and death, no one hesitated. They all ran out of the temple. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, as they ran, a melodious sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The sound was vast and solemn, like the vibration of a yellow bell. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. They saw the bronze plaque in Pang Bo's hand emitting a dazzling golden light. What happened? Yi Fan was the closest to Pang Bo. He immediately asked. Something seemed to have attacked me just now. However, it was knocked away by this bronze plaque. Pang Bo waved the bronze plaque in his hand. Did you see what it was? Yi Fan continued to ask. Pang Bo shook his head. It was too fast. I only felt that my body was covered by a cold aura. It was as if I had walked through the gates of hell. It's all thanks to this bronze plaque. It's not the gods of the Tempest Temple punishing us. They are protecting us. Think about it. Lil Red died because she didn't have a divine item. Little Ming's death coincided with the moment he put down the divine artifact. Hearing Lin Jia's analysis, those who had gained something from the Great Lei-Yin Temple tightly clutched the broken Buddhist weapons in their hands. As for those who had nothing in their hands, the fear on their faces became even more apparent. Their terrified gazes instantly focused on those who had Buddhist weapons. Another scream was heard. However, this time, it wasn't just one person, but a total of 5. The 3 men and 2 women fell heavily to the ground almost at the same time. The wounds were still on their foreheads. The 3 identical bloody holes were a ghastly sight. They all died the same way. What exactly attacked them? As expected, those who died were all without divine artifact. Looking at the 5 more corpses on the ground, everyone was terrified, especially those who had nothing in their hands. Their faces were pale. They noticed that it wasn't that the people holding the divine artifacts weren't attacked, but that the moment they were attacked, the broken divine artifacts protected them. Help us. Those who didn't find any artifacts in the temple were all terrified. They approached those who had found something and pleaded with them in an almost pleading tone. Yi Fan, I beg you. Save me. A female student who was on the verge of breaking down cried as she ran to Yi Fan's side. She looked very pitiful. We're all classmates. We can all hold the artifacts together. After Yi Fan let the female student hold the ancient bronze lamp together, he said, who can say that we won't die with these artifacts? If we can't return to Earth, perhaps we'll all die eventually. It's just one of us. Hearing Yi Fan's words, those who had artifacts looked at each other and shared the artifacts with the others with a bitter smile. Yi Fan was right. In this place where there was no food or water, how long could they survive? Fraud, aren't you afraid of dying? Yi Fan glanced at Chu Bei, who was still looking at the withered body tree not far away, and asked. Whoosh, whoosh. However, before Chu Bei could reply, small bumps suddenly appeared on the originally flat ground. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the air and a black shadow flashed past. What followed was the sound of something crashing into something. What the hell are these things? Could it be that they're the cause of Xiao Hong, Xiao Ming, and the others' deaths? Everyone gathered together and looked around in shock. Hundreds of black shadows attacked them from different directions. Fortunately, the divine weapons in their hands emitted a golden light, blocking the attacks for them again and again. Fraud, you don't have any artifacts protecting you. Why aren't these strange things attacking you? That's right. What secrets are you hiding? I'm starting to suspect that you're the one who brought us here. Everyone stared at the calm Chu Bei and spoke one after another. Do you think I'm that capable? Chu Bei smiled at everyone. As for why these small crocodiles didn't attack me, perhaps it's because this is the era of face recognition. When Chu Bei first stepped on this land, he had used the Overlord's aura to scare these small crocodiles. The actual effect was very obvious. Once the small crocodiles came within 3 meters of him, they would immediately run away. We're not in the mood to joke with you. Lin Jia stared coldly at Chu Bei. Halfway through her sentence, she seemed to have caught on to something. She asked in surprise, small crocodile? What small crocodile? Chu Bei smiled but didn't say anything. He reached out his right hand and waved it in front of everyone's eyes. Is this the thing that killed Xiao Hong, Xiao Ming, and the others? Everyone's pupils shrank when they saw the thing in Chu Bei's hand. It was less than 10 centimeters long and only as thick as a finger. It looked like a snake but not a snake. It looked like a crocodile but had no legs. Its abdomen was bare and its entire body was covered in black scales. At this moment, this unknown creature was struggling wildly in Chu Bei's hand. Its tiny eyes were emitting a cold light. Fraud, let go of this little 3-inch nail. It's even shorter than a rat. How dare it kill so many of my classmates? Let me smash you to death. Pang Bo, who was closest to Chu Bei, picked up the bronze plaque and smashed it at the unknown creature. Bam! The moment Chu Bei let go, Pang Bo's bronze plaque shone brightly and smashed hard on the unknown creature's body. The ferocious creature let out a shrill scream like a ghost. Then, it turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated. How did you catch this thing? Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on Chu Bei. As soon as he said that, everyone took a step back and looked at Chu Bei cautiously. This unknown creature that could easily kill their classmates was being toyed with by him. TSK. 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 Perhaps it was because of the death of their companions, the remaining unknown creatures attacked Yi Fan, Lin Jiao, and the others even more fiercely. Oh, no. The divine weapon is breaking. Mine too. The light has dimmed. Are we going to die? Gradually, panicked cries came from the crowd. Lin Jiao and the others could no longer care about Chu Bei. Seeing more and more cracks appear on the light barrier supported by the divine artifact, everyone's faces became more and more pale. They knew very well that once the divine weapon lost its function, the outcome would be the same as Xiao Hong and Xiao Ming. Their foreheads would be pierced by these unknown creatures. Boom. Before the first wave subsided, another wave came. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shake violently. Then, they saw the Tempest Temple, which they had escaped from earlier, sink into the ground. In the next moment, two terrifying lantern-sized eyes pierced through the dark space from the sunken ground. The Tempest Temple has collapsed. There seems to be something terrifying coming out from underground. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the hundreds of small crocodiles attacking them. Their shocked gazes were directed at the Tempest Temple. A golden crocodile that was hundreds of feet long crawled out from the ground. It opened its ferocious mouth and revealed its sharp teeth. Its red lantern-like eyes were locked on Yi Fan and the others. Its cold gaze was as if it was looking at its prey. Roar. A roar that sounded like it came from hell came out from the golden crocodile's mouth. The sound was earth-shattering. Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale. Some of the weak and timid women knelt on the ground and cried out loud. Rumble, it's coming. It's coming. We're dead. We're really going to die this time. Forget it. It's better to be free early. Hopefully, I'll be reincarnated into a good life. The ground shook even more. Seeing the golden crocodile pouncing on them, everyone looked like they were about to die. Chu Bei frowned. He had underestimated the crocodile ancestor's strength. Even after being suppressed for so many years, the aura released by the crocodile was still above his peak. In other words, even if his cultivation was 100% converted, he would not be a match for the golden crocodile in front of him. I've miscalculated. Chu Bei muttered to himself. However, just as he was about to abandon Yi Fan and the others and flee with the strongest defensive item, a buzzing sound came from his sea of consciousness. Then, an ancient tree appeared in his sea of consciousness. The body tree. Chu Bei was stunned at first. Then, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This body tree was something that he had obtained from the system when he was fighting in a plane. However, the energy waves that it was releasing now made him feel an indescribable pressure. It was as if the tree had been strengthened by the system. Buzz 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 in his sea of consciousness, the body tree swayed and sent out a message. Do you want to borrow my body? Understanding the body tree's intention, Chu Bei smiled slightly and handed his body to the body tree. Whoosh! In the next moment, Chu Bei disappeared from the spot amidst the strange swaying sound. At the same time, Yi Fan, Lin Jiao, and the others looked at the huge golden crocodile that was getting closer and closer. Their eyes were filled with fear and resentment, but there was nothing they could do. Whoosh! However, just as everyone was waiting for death, they heard the sound of branches swaying. They looked over and saw an extremely huge ancient tree appear out of thin air above their heads. The ancient tree was thousands of feet tall and stood alone in the void. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree swayed and buzzed. A clear air rippled and changed into various forms, spreading above the reddish-brown land. At that moment, the originally desolate land was filled with vitality. A large area of emerald green grass grew out of the soil and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was full of vitality. What a huge tree! This kind of feeling really makes one feel refreshed. The warmth is spreading all over my body. My energy seems to be recovering. Look, those unknown creatures and the golden crocodile have all stopped attacking. Could it be that Gautama Buddha has shown up to save us? The ever-changing clear chi spread out from the void. Everyone took a deep breath, and their faces were filled with intoxication. Their eyes were fixed on the huge ancient tree. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Did you notice that this tree is similar to the withered tree in front of the temple? Someone in the crowd mumbled. In the sky, the towering tree was emerald green. It looked as if it was made of the finest jade and released an astonishing vitality. Upon closer inspection, this tree was actually very similar to the withered tree in front of the Thunder Temple. The only difference was that it was several times larger and had a more vigorous vitality. When they looked in the direction of the Great Thunder Temple, they saw that the entire temple had collapsed. However, the withered tree was still standing in its original place. Could it be? This is the body ancient tree where Gautama Buddha comprehended the Tao? Pang Bo couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the mysterious ancient tree in the sky. The exaggerated excitement on his face was completely at odds with his burly expression. Will the body ancient tree be a match for the golden crocodile? Hearing Pang Bo's exclamation, Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the others looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at the ancient tree in the distance. It was as if it was standing between heaven and earth. Their hearts were beating violently. Roar! In the sky, the 1,000-foot-long golden crocodile stared at the body ancient tree with its scarlet eyes. Then, it let out a loud roar that seemed to come from ancient times and resounded in this space. The terrifying sound wave reverberated above the reddish-brown land. Even the debris of the dilapidated buildings in the distance were shattered. At this moment, the golden crocodile was like a primordial beast that had just awakened from a deep slumber. The roar was filled with heart-palpitating cruelty and brutality. It seemed to be filled with endless destruction and slaughter. The source of the roar seemed to be the most terrifying disaster in the world. So scary. A timid female student gulped and instinctively hid behind a male student. However, because she couldn't suppress her curiosity, she stuck her little head out and looked at the sky in horror. Amidst the roar, the 1,000-foot-long golden crocodile opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards the ancient tree. Wherever it passed, the void rumbled. Rustle. The body ancient tree swayed and waves of clear energy spread out from its branches and leaves. The ancient tree in front of the Thunder Temple seemed to have been summoned and suddenly rose from the ground. With a whoosh, under everyone's gaze, it actually sank into the 1,000-foot-tall body ancient tree. In the next moment, the body ancient tree let out a burst of joyful laughter similar to that of a human. At the same time, its branches and leaves swayed even more violently. Just as the 1,000-foot-long golden crocodile's huge mouth was about to bite, the ancient tree's branches suddenly bent and extended, forming a huge net that reached the sky. In almost the blink of an eye, the ferocious and terrifying 1,000-foot-long golden crocodile was bound by the dense ancient tree's branches. Chapter 254. Roar. Not long after, the golden crocodile let out a deafening roar. However, this time, the roar was laced with pain. At this moment, the golden crocodile was being entangled by the ancient tree's branches. It struggled madly as though it was being tortured by something inhumane. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from the ancient tree's shackles. Moreover, the golden crocodile's body was shrinking at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the ancient tree's branches were frantically extracting the energy from the golden crocodile's body. 500 feet, 300 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the golden crocodile's life force kept draining away. Its body became smaller and smaller, and in the end, it became a shriveled crocodile skin. It's dead. That big golden crocodile is dead. That body tree saved us. I don't know if it can understand us. It would be better if it could send us back to Earth. Our crisis is not over yet. Those small crocodiles are still here. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky. Their faces were filled with excitement at first, but when they looked at the hundreds of small crocodiles around them, a worried expression appeared on their faces again. However, to their surprise, the small crocodiles did not attack them again. Instead, they were staring at the ancient tree in the sky with their beady eyes. There was fear in their eyes. Swish, swish. Just as the small crocodiles were about to escape, the ancient tree swayed its branches, and slender branches swept over. Each branch brought with it a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Along with it, the small crocodiles turned into wisps of black mist and dissipated. Seeing that the small crocodiles around them had been cleared away by the ancient tree, everyone cheered. This time, the crisis is really over. Then, one by one, they put their palms together and prayed devoutly. They were all praying for the tree to send them back to earth. Swish. The body ancient tree swayed its branches again. With a buzzing sound, it suddenly turned into a dazzling ball of golden light. The body ancient tree disappeared. There seems to be someone in the golden light. Is it Shakyamuni? It's him. It must be him. Within the dazzling ball of light, a figure faintly appeared. The figure was shrouded in dazzling golden light, as if he had put on a thick layer of golden armor. It was extremely dazzling, as if a golden divine fire was burning. It was very imposing, as if a god had come to the mortal world. Seeing this figure appear, Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the others were instantly overjoyed, their eyes filled with excitement. As far as they knew, anyone who had anything to do with Buddha was a good person. They were saints who saved all living beings and saved them from danger. However, as the golden light flashed, the appearance of the figure gradually became clearer. Almost at the same time, Yi Fan, Lin Jiao, Pang Bo, and everyone else's expressions changed. Curiosity, anticipation, surprise, shock, and finally, their expressions stiffened. Con artist. A chorus of surprised exclamations reverberated throughout the world. At this moment, the expressions of Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others froze as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at Chu Bei as if they had lost their souls. Their mouths were wide open, and they were dumbfounded. Their brains seemed to have lost their ability to command, and they stood motionless like wooden blocks. The appearance of the deity-like figure was too sudden and unexpected, and they were all caught off guard. No! Impossible, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. How could it be him? Didn't he get dragged into this place with us? I knew this con artist was abnormal and full of mysteries. Now it seems that he really has many secrets. Could it be that he is Sakyamuni? It can't be, aren't Buddhas all fat and bald? Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others reacted one after another. They gasped and stared at Chu Bei, who was slowly descending, in shock. Who the hell are you? No, are you still human? Is the 9 dragons pulling the coffin related to you? Were you the one who brought us here? Is all of this related to you? What have you done to us? Yi Fan could no longer treat the mysterious man in front of him as the con artist who had tried to sell him the ring on the mountain. His eyes were full of fear. Little brother, don't look at me like that. Chu Bei took a step forward and instantly crossed several dozen meters to appear beside Yi Fan. He patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's not just you. Everyone here has been chosen by the heavens. A great opportunity is waiting for you, and this opportunity is the final destination of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin." At this point, Chu Bei glanced at Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the others. If you can seize this opportunity, not only will you be able to return to Earth, but you will also become as powerful as those in your myths and legends. He was also shocked by the power displayed by the body tree. Even the powerful crocodile ancestor was no match for it. As for the withered body tree, after it was obtained by the other party, he did not hear the system's notification that his cultivation speed had increased. Obviously, from the system's point of view, it did not count as his gain. Even if the 9 dragons pulling the coffin has nothing to do with you, you still haven't told us who you are. We don't believe that you are that Shakyamuni Buddha. Your clothes don't look like one at all. Pang Bo stepped forward and said. Of course I'm not Shakyamuni. Chu Bei smiled knowingly and then waved his hand. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He said, I'm a businessman who travels the sea of stars and the heavens. You can call me Boss Chu. Travel the sea of stars? Do you think you are a deity? Li Xiaoman looked at Chu Bei suspiciously. The others were also in disbelief. After everything you have experienced, do you still believe in the so-called science of Earth? Chu Bei asked and smiled. As for whether there are deities or not, you can find out the answer yourself in the future. Con artist. No, deity, since you are so powerful, can you send us back to Earth first? Yi Fan immediately said. You have been chosen by the heavens. This is an irreversible path. There are only two choices in front of you. One is to die here, and the other is to return to the ancient bronze coffin and seek the opportunity that belongs to you. Chu Bei glanced at Yi Fan. Everyone here could return to Earth except him. After all, his ruthless sister was still waiting for him. Whether he is telling the truth or not, we can't stay here any longer. Let's return to the ancient bronze coffin first. Li Xiaoman's lips moved slightly. Everyone nodded in agreement and then hurriedly ran toward the ancient bronze coffin. Little brother, we are fated to meet. Are you going to drip your blood on this ring? If you do, you will be my proxy and will be under my protection. Chu Bei pulled Yi Fan and took out the proxy ring again. Why did you choose me out of so many people? Why are we fated to meet? Yi Fan was still not in a hurry to take the proxy ring. He looked at Chu Bei warily. Because you are different from them. Chu Bei said calmly. He really wanted to beat up the main character in front of him. Was it so difficult to drip his blood on a ring? Thinking about Xiao Yang and Tang San, it was so easy to become a proxy. Different. What's the difference? Yi Fan asked. Forget it, let's go to the coffin first. Chu Bei shook his head and sighed. The other party was too cautious. He was difficult to deal with. Everyone returned to the ancient bronze coffin one after another. Time passed by. 9 loud dragon roars resounded through the sky. The ancient bronze coffin was pulled by the 9 dragon corpses and set off again. Chu Bei sat cross-legged and examined the body ancient tree in his sea of consciousness. Perhaps it had swallowed the withered body ancient tree in front of the great thunderclap temple, or perhaps it had swallowed the crocodile ancestor, but the body ancient tree's branches and leaves had become greener. However, it was motionless at the moment, as if it was in a state of deep sleep. As for Yi Fan, Lin Jiao, and the others, they gathered around Chu Bei. Their eyes were wide open as they curiously sized up the so-called all-heavens merchant who traveled through the universe. If you have the time to study me, why don't you study the carvings on the bronze wall and look at the ancient words? Studying them is far more useful than studying me. Chu Bei's mocking gaze swept over everyone, a playful look on his face. Hearing that, everyone stood up and looked at the carvings around them again. Yi Fan, come and look. The starry sky carvings are flashing. A female student noticed that something was wrong and immediately shouted. Hearing the voice, the crowd immediately gathered around the female student. The picture in front of him was the largest of them all. It was a picture of a vast starry sky. At this moment, all the stars on it were shining brightly. This line is flashing. Could it be the path that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin took us? Pang Bo guessed. These 7 stars are exceptionally bright. Look at their layout. It seems to be the Big Dipper. Looking at the end of the flashing line, Yi Fan tilted his head and looked at Chu Bei, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Could the Big Dipper constellation be the destination of this bronze coffin? I guess so. Chu Bei nodded his head non-committally. Rumble. Not long after, the bronze coffin shook violently again. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking. At the same time, the light on the vast star map finally stopped at the Big Dipper constellation. We seem to have reached the destination. Could it really be the Big Dipper constellation? What kind of place is the Big Dipper constellation? Could it be the legendary celestial realm? Could it be that this is a world of cultivation, just like in the novels? We didn't cross over physically or spiritually. Instead, we were brought here by the ancient bronze coffin. Now that you've mentioned it, it seems like this is a great opportunity. Could it be that we'll all be like the main characters in the novels? Exuding a domineering aura all the way to the peak of life. Unknowingly, the atmosphere in the ancient bronze coffin became lively. On the other hand, Chu Bei could not help but raise the corners of his mouth into a smile when he heard these fellows' complaints. These fellows were really big-hearted idiots. Chapter 255. The Tao of Heaven takes from what is in excess and makes up for what is in deficiency. Olji, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. I was just stunned by the mysterious words on the coffin. Yi Fan patted Pang Bo's shoulder with a smile. Boom. Suddenly, another deafening sound was heard. Everyone felt the world was spinning. However, with their previous experience, they knew that it was the descent of the 9 dragons' coffin. Sure enough, when they got up and steadied themselves, the lid of the bronze coffin deviated from its position and fell heavily to the ground. Light. We're seeing light again. Green hills, trees, fresh air. This is a familiar world. This is great. We've finally escaped the darkness and loneliness and arrived at such a beautiful land. We don't have to be afraid anymore. Although the sun in the sky is no longer the sun we saw on Earth, we've still been reborn. The group of people climbed out of the coffin. When they saw everything around them, they exclaimed excitedly. Some of the timid girls even cried tears of joy. In this short space journey, they had witnessed the tragic deaths of their former classmates. To them, it was the cruelest experience. The world in front of them was different from the dark and blood-red bleakness on the ancient Chaos planet. It was similar to Earth. It was a bright world that was full of vitality. There was fresh air. The cool breeze that blew in their faces carried the smell of soil and the fragrance of flowers. Compared to Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the rest who were cheering, Chu Bei looked around with a solemn expression on his face. At that moment, they were standing on top of a mountain that was neither too tall nor too short. In the distance, there were beautiful mountains with lush trees. Nearby, there were oddly shaped rocks and ancient trees. There were also old vines that were as thick as buckets that coiled around like dragons. There were also green grasses and fragrant wild flowers that were full of vitality and vitality. Everything seemed beautiful, but there was a great danger hidden in it. The desolate ancient forbidden land, one of the 7 forbidden areas enshrouding heaven. Vicious, will you really be here? Chu Bei murmured with narrowed eyes. As far as he knew, the previous owner of the forbidden zone they were in was a Saint Physique. Later on, Ruthless Great Emperor also came here and left his shell behind. Although this forest is no different from Earth, haven't you noticed that it's too quiet here? There's no sound of birds or beasts at all. Indeed, it's a little too quiet. There shouldn't be no movement at all in such a large forest. Don't scare yourself. I don't believe that such a beautiful world would be a desolate land of death. After a long while, everyone seemed to have noticed the abnormality in the forest and became nervous again. Who said there are no living things here? Look at the sky. Isn't that it? Chu Bei looked at everyone with a smile and pointed at the sky. In the sky above the other end of the continuous mountain range, a Xiao Hei was getting closer and closer. It looked like an eagle, but its entire body was covered in a golden light, as if it was cast from gold. It was incomparably gorgeous. Big. So big. When the eagle-like creature flew to the sky above the mountain, the careless Pang Bo stuttered on the spot. The others were almost petrified. They were dumbfounded like clay sculptures and could not believe their eyes. The giant bird was hundreds of feet long. Under its sharp claws were 2 Siberian tigers from Earth. How far has the world developed here? Could it be that we're in the Jurassic period of Earth? Are the rulers of this world still those giant dinosaurs? Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned grey. If they were to live in the Jurassic period, it would be no different from hell. Hearing the discussion, Chu Bei, who was at the side, could not help but laugh out loud. The holes in these fellows' brains were really too big. Since you're a celestial and look at you, you must be very familiar with this place, right? Yi Fan's eyes fell on Chu Bei. The rest of the people also looked at Chu Bei. Although their concept of celestial was still limited to what they saw on television and they did not know if this fraud was telling the truth, he did have some strange tricks up his sleeve. In their opinion, this charlatan only had a smattering of knowledge about this world. You've all read fantasy novels, right? This is the world of cultivators. With that, Chu Bei walked toward the foot of the mountain. This forest is not a safe place. Since it's fate that we met, I'll walk in front and scout for you." Hearing this, Yi Fan, Lin Jiao, and the rest looked at each other. They looked at Chu Bei's back that was gradually getting further and further away and quickly followed him. "There's food." After walking for a distance, one of the people in the group seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed, "That's great. There really are wild fruits." The rest of the people also exclaimed excitedly. Not far away, there was a pool of spring water. Beside the pool, there were several small trees that were about 1/2 meter tall. On top of each of the small trees that were emerald green and shaped like a palm, there was a red fruit that looked like a cherry but was as big as an egg. "I'm really starving." Pang Bo quickly ran toward the small trees. He was already starving. "Yi Fan, come and eat. This fruit is really fragrant. I've never eaten such a fragrant fruit." Pang Bo took a big bite of the fruit and did not forget to wave at Yi Fan. Seeing this, Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the rest also quickly plucked a fruit. They did not care if it was poisonous and started chewing. Yi Fan plucked a red fruit and held it in his hand. It looked very tempting. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of red jade. One had to admit that the fruit's fragrance was really rich. Even the fragrance of the 1,000-year-old wine cellar could not compare. As soon as the fruit entered their stomachs, everyone felt a strange warm current rush into their organs and spread throughout their bodies. Could this be, looking at Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the rest eating the wild fruits, Chu Bei frowned slightly. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Delicious and comfortable. Divine fruit. After eating, everyone stretched in satisfaction. Their bodies were instantly filled with energy. "Look, there's a divine palace over there," Lin Jiao suddenly exclaimed and pointed at the mountain in the distance. On top of the mountain, there were many palaces. It was like a heavenly palace that had descended to the mortal world. "Let's go there quickly. There must be an immortal living there." Everyone was excited. They seemed to have forgotten that Chu Bei beside them was also an immortal. "Don't waste your energy. Just treat it as a mirage," Chu Bei said with a smile as he looked at the divine palace in the distance. It was indeed so. No matter how far Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the rest went, the divine palace was still out of their reach. Unknowingly, the group had crossed 2 mountains and left the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Swoosh swoosh. Just as everyone was about to take a break, the forest shook. In the pungent smell of soil, a 5-meter-tall black beast emerged from behind the forest. This unknown beast was completely black. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light. Its body was shaped like an ape. However, its head was extremely strange. It had a beak that was more than a foot long. It looked like a bird demon that had turned into a spirit. Looking at the sudden appearance of the beast, everyone was immediately terrified. 2 timid female students even fell to the ground. "Immortal, please save us." Everyone thought of Chu Bei and hid behind Chu Bei. If they were caught by such a ferocious beast, they would definitely be torn apart and gnawed until not even their bones were left. With a roar, the unknown beast opened its ferocious mouth and pounced towards Chu Bei and the rest. Swoosh. However, before Chu Bei could make a move, a sword ray came from afar and cut the beast in half. Fresh blood stained the ground. This, looking at the corpse of the beast on the ground, everyone's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the next moment, a colorful light appeared in the sky. It was like a rainbow that streaked across the sky. It was extremely eye-catching. Immortal. Immortal. Everyone's expression changed. There was a figure in the rainbow light. Flying in the sky and flying in the sky, she was definitely not a mortal. It was a young woman around 18 or 19 years old. Her face was like jade, her body was slender, her waist was slim, and her legs were straight. Her light blue dress fluttered in the wind. She had an otherworldly temperament. An ordinary person with strong vitality. Why are you around the forbidden area of the remote antiquity? The young woman landed in front of Yi Fan and the rest. Her gaze swept across everyone and her voice was very pleasant. Is this the immortal? Lin Jiao and Li Xiaoman looked at the young woman in a daze. This woman was like a pure white lotus with dewdrops rolling down. She was also like a fresh snow lotus on a snowy mountain. She gave off an otherworldly feeling. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Fan's brows furrowed. The words she said were the same as the words they used. We are a group of people in trouble. Can you save us? After pondering for a moment, Yi Fan looked at the woman and asked, Where did you come from? The woman's eyes were like water as she looked at Yi Fan calmly. There. Yi Fan pointed to the back. What? You came from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity? The woman was shocked. Yi Fan nodded. Then, he organized his words and changed them slightly. He told the young woman about their experience. I see. You must be from the Western Desert. As for the thing that brought you here, it should be a supreme treasure. As for the fruit you ate, it should be the immortal fruit from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. The young woman was deep in thought. No wonder you can resist the erosion of time in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Erosion of time? Can you tell us more about that mountain range? Yi Fan looked at the young woman and asked. He still wanted to return here one day and use the ancient bronze coffin to return to Earth. The young woman looked at Yi Fan and said, The forbidden area of the remote antiquity is one of the 7 forbidden areas of life. Those who enter will die hundreds of times. Even if they come out alive, their hair will be white like frost grass. Their lives will come to an end. The reason why you didn't become a white-haired old man is because you ate the fruit. It resisted the erosion of time in the forbidden area. Chapter 256. Is this place really that terrifying? Everyone looked relieved. Luckily, they had eaten the red fruit. Otherwise, they would have become old men and grandmothers in their 80s or 90s. What is in the forbidden land of the remote antiquity? What kind of power can take away a person's time? Yi Fan could not help but ask. This question also confused everyone. No one knows the answer to this question. The young woman shook her head. Legend has it that desolation exists in the abyss of the forbidden land. It seems to be a person from the remote antiquity. It could also be a terrifying power. Are there no experts who went to explore it? Yi Fan asked. Since the remote antiquity, countless people have gone to explore it, but almost all of them died. The young woman looked at the forbidden land of the remote antiquity with a serious expression. That is a demonic land soaked in endless blood. Even an unprecedentedly prosperous immortal sect Sacred Land went there, but in the end, no one survived. Even a few extremely powerful experts became desolate slaves in the abyss of the remote antiquity. It was the destruction of that immortal sect that established the remote antiquity forbidden land's extraordinary status. Yi Fan seemed to have thought of something. After glancing at Chu Bei, he asked the young woman, does it mean that as long as one enters the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, their time will be taken away? As long as one did not eat the immortal fruit, even the sacred leader of that place will not be an exception, the young woman said with certainty. Hearing that, Yi Fan, Lin Jiu, and everyone else looked at Chu Bei. Their eyes were filled with surprise. If they remembered correctly, this scammer did not eat the immortal fruit, and his time was not taken away. Although you are from the Western Desert, you were lucky enough to eat the immortal fruit in the forbidden land of the remote antiquity. In the future, your cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. The young woman glanced at Yi Fan and the others. Let me bring you out of this forest first. As her crisp and pleasant voice sounded, the young woman waved her hand. Rainbow light scattered and instantly enveloped everyone, bringing them slowly into the sky. The world of cultivators. Looking at the forest below them that was rapidly retreating, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others clenched their fists. Hope rose in their eyes. Under the young woman's lead, they were surrounded by specks of light. It was like a rainbow cutting across the sky. The gentle light blocked the wind. It was as if they were on a 360-degree panoramic aircraft. At the edge of the desolate forest, there was a bustling town. Before the young lady led Chu Bei, Yi Fan, and the others into the town, 7 to 8 rays of light shot into the sky. They were all different in color and there was a figure standing in each ray of light. Wei, you're back. Did you find anything around the forbidden area of remote antiquity? Did you find the mysterious item? The other blessed enclaves in the vicinity also seemed to have discovered the mysterious object and sent experts over. I wonder if those are really 9 dragon corpses. Who are they? The figures in the rainbow-colored lights were all elderly men. They first asked a series of questions, then their eyes fell on Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the others. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others were surprised when they heard the old men's words. They did not expect the mysterious item they were searching for to be the 9 dragons' coffin. Elders, they are ordinary people who accidentally entered the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. Fortunately, they ate the immortal fruits, the woman named Vivian said. What? They ate the immortal fruits? The old men were shocked. Then, they carefully sized up Lin Jiao, Ju Yi, and the others. Suddenly, they laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Not bad, the sea of bitterness in their bodies has been activated. They are good seedlings for cultivation. Little guys, I think you should know that in this world, ordinary people are no different from ants. They have been busy all their lives and do not even know what the land they live in is like. Now, you have accidentally eaten the immortal fruits in the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. You have the opportunity to look down on this vast land. As long as you are willing to cultivate diligently, you will be able to stir up a storm and stand on top of the clouds in the future." An old man stroked his beard and glanced at Ju Yi, Pang Bo, and the others. "I wonder if you are willing to follow us on the path of cultivation? With the help of the immortal fruits, your sea of bitterness has been activated. In the future, you will cross the sea of bitterness and step onto the divine bridge. It is not impossible for you to even touch the immortal platform. Our place of cultivation is one of the 6 blessed enclaves in the Yang Kingdom. You only have one chance. Don't miss it." The few old men fixed their burning gazes on Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others. They were trying to persuade them patiently. "Our void spirit grotto heaven is under a famous sacred ground in the eastern wilderness. As long as you are talented enough, you can be selected to enter the sacred ground." One of the old men seemed to be afraid that Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others would not be willing to enter their grotto heaven. He pointed at the young woman and added, Wei is a rare talent in our blessed enclave. Soon, she will be selected to enter the sacred ground. Perhaps in another 10 years, her name will be known throughout the eastern wilderness. We are willing to follow you and cultivate with you and become your disciples." Other than Chu Bei, everyone in the group, including Yi Fan, nodded at the same time. To them now, it was fine as long as they could survive. Little guys, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. At this moment, a few long rainbows flew out from the small town. At the same time, there was a burst of laughter. After a while, a few figures appeared in front of Chu Bei, Yi Fan, and the others. There were men and women among these people. Some were as quiet as orchids, some were as sharp as swords, and some were as steady as rocks. They all had their own unique temperaments. When they saw the appearance of these people, the old men who had guided Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others to enter the path of cultivation, their faces darkened. Little guys, although the spiritual ruin grotto heaven is one of the 6 grotto heavens in the Yang Kingdom, it is ranked last. Why don't you join the Jade Tripod grotto heaven instead of them? A middle-aged man stepped forward. His aura was heavy, and his voice was sonorous. "Liu Wanshan, what do you mean? Are you trying to snatch the disciples of the spiritual ruin grotto heaven?" A few of the old men looked unhappy. Since there are so many good seedlings for cultivation, the Golden Dawn grotto heaven naturally wants to take a few of them and guide them on the path of cultivation, Liu Wanshan said directly. "That's right. The 6 grotto heavens of the Yang Kingdom have always been on the same side. Since there are so many talented seedlings, of course, everyone should have a share." A gray-haired old woman nodded and said, 3 years ago, the Golden Dawn grotto heaven found a few excellent disciples. Doesn't the spiritual ruin grotto heaven want one too? Senior Sister Li is right. There are so many good seedlings. Even if we divide them equally, each grotto heaven can get more than 3 people, an old man from the Purple Sun grotto heaven said. The expressions of the elders from the spiritual ruins cave turned increasingly ugly as they listened to the other 5 caves' discussion. Most of them were filled with helplessness. Forget it. Let's divide them equally. However, if there is an extra one in the end, it must belong to the spiritual ruin grotto heaven. After a long while, the old men from the spiritual ruin grotto heaven shook their heads and sighed. They looked at Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others. Do you have any objections? Anyway, the 6 grotto heavens are still in the Yang kingdom. Even if we are separated, we won't be far apart. We'll listen to you. Before Yi Fan could speak, Li Xiaoman spoke first. The experts from the 6 grotto heavens looked at each other and smiled. Then, they began to pick the disciples they liked. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a good seedling who ate the immortal fruit. Your sea of misery has been opened, and your physique has become superior. Your future is limitless. The more the experts from the 6 grotto heavens looked at them, the bigger the smile on their faces. Soon, Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the others were divided until only Chu Bei, Yi Fan, and Pang Bo were left. Good, good, very good. After the old man from the spiritual ruin grotto heaven checked Pang Bo's body, his eyes suddenly lit up. He was so excited that he said the word good 3 times in a row. Compared to the others, Pang Bo's physique was better in all aspects. Yi Fan, come to the spiritual ruin grotto heaven too. This way, we don't have to be separated and cultivate together. Pang Bo rubbed his palms in anticipation. Yi Fan nodded at Pang Bo. Then, he took the initiative to walk to the old man from the spiritual ruin grotto heaven and let him check his body. No. Impossible. How could this be? The smile on the old man from the spiritual ruin grotto heaven who was checking Yi Fan's body disappeared. It was replaced by a look of astonishment. Hearing the exclamation, the experts from the other 5 grotto heavens also looked over. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Old He, why do you have such an expression? The 5 grotto heavens experts looked at the old man in confusion. Check it out yourselves. The old man pointed at Yi Fan and said. Hearing this, the 5 grotto heavens experts immediately understood that there must be something wrong with Yi Fan's body. In an instant, they all surrounded him. Judging from his appearance, this kid's vitality is comparable to a flood dragon and elephant. He should be a rare immortal seedling. What's the problem? While they were guessing, the 5 grotto heavens experts began to check Yi Fan. The divine wheel of life is silent, and the sea of misery is as solid as divine metal. It's as stable as a rock and cannot be shaken. It's impossible to open it. Could this be the legendary physique? After a long time, the 5 grotto heavens experts looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with the same astonishment as the old man from before. Experts, is there anything special about Yi Fan's body? Pang Bo immediately asked. The others also looked confused. As for Yi Fan himself, he was also at a loss. His physique is unparalleled since ancient times. It's the unparalleled divine physique. The old man who first checked Yi Fan's body spat out the words that were as heavy as a mountain. What? Unparalleled divine physique. Pang Bo and the others were shocked. Although they did not know what the unparalleled divine physique was, the name sounded extremely domineering. Experts, this should be good news. But why are your expressions? Pang Bo's eyes were filled with even more confusion. The experts from the 6 grotto heavens shook their heads and sighed. He does indeed have the unparalleled divine physique. There's no mistake about it. However, there's a time limit. It's from before the primordial age. What do you mean? Yi Fan immediately asked. Before the primordial age, your unparalleled divine physique was unparalleled since ancient times. During that time, there were 9 generations of experts. Every one of them was invincible in the heavens and the earth. Once such a physique embarks on the path of cultivation, it's impossible to predict the ultimate achievement. It's known as the first divine physique since ancient times. The old man from the spiritual ruins grotto heaven stared at Yi Fan and changed his tone. However, since the primordial age, although your physique has occasionally appeared in the world, it's no longer powerful. It's far from being able to look down on the heavens like before the primordial age. Until now, for some reason, such a physique is no longer suitable for cultivation. No one has been able to cultivate successfully. The old woman from the Golden Glow Grotto Heavens sighed again. To put it simply, your physique is no longer able to embark on the path of cultivation. It's a useless physique. What? Unable to cultivate? Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others exclaimed. That's the truth. After the experts from the 6 Grotto Heavens felt sorry for him, they checked Chu Bei's body again. After about a minute, the experts from the 6 Grotto Heavens shook their heads again. It's an ordinary physique. Although it's not a useless physique like the sacred body of the ancients, your physique is still far from meeting the requirements for cultivation. The 6 experts gave similar comments to Chu Bei. Chu Bei smiled and did not respond. It's getting late. Since the 6 Grotto Heavens have gotten some good seedlings, it's time to go back, an old man said. Although they did not find the 9 dragon corpses during their exploration of the forbidden land of the primordial age, they did find a group of good seedlings. For this reason, they were all satisfied. No, if you don't bring Yi Fan into the Grotto Heaven, I won't go with you. Pang Bo ran to Yi Fan and looked at the elders from the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven with determination. There are no mortals in the blessed Grotto Heaven. We can't break the rules. Moreover, even if he enters the Grotto Heaven, it's not a good thing for him. The old man shook his head. Pang Bo, don't worry about me. Follow them and cultivate well. Become a mighty figure as soon as possible. As for me, I'll just stay in this town. Besides, don't I have this fraud with me? Yi Fan pointed at Chu Bei with a forced smile. It was not difficult to see the disappointment in his eyes. Let's go. He's right. The old man patted Pang Bo's shoulder. Old Yi, stay in the town and don't run around. I'll come and find you from time to time. Don't worry, I'll cultivate well. In the future, I'll give you as many heroines, fairies, goddesses, saintesses. I'll give you as many as you want. You can be picky until you're satisfied. Pang Bo gave Yi Fan a bear hug and left with the elders from the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven. As for the others, they also gave Yi Fan a hug and left with the elders from their Grotto Heavens. Soon, only Chu Bei and Yi Fan were left in front of the town. Hee, I didn't expect that in the end, I'd have to rely on a fraud like you. Yi Fan sat on the ground and patted the seat next to him, signaling Chu Bei to sit next to him. Chu Bei did not mind and sat down. Chapter 257. Fraud, why don't you tell my fortune? Why is it that I'm the only one who can't cultivate? Yi Fan stared at Chu Bei with his eyes wide open. Also, who are you? What secrets are you hiding? You didn't eat the fruit, but why didn't you lose your years? Now that we're the only ones left, can you tell me more? First question, why are you the only one who can't cultivate? It's because you're different from them. Chu Bei looked at Yi Fan calmly as he played with the proxy ring in his hand. I'm different from them. Yi Fan's body trembled when he heard Chu Bei's words, especially when he looked at Chu Bei's teasing eyes and the proxy ring in his hand. He recalled the question he had asked Lin Fan on the Chaos Ancient planet. Why did Lin Fan choose him out of all the people? Lin Fan's answer was that he was different from the rest. You knew from the very beginning that my physique was different from theirs. Yi Fan asked in a probing manner. There was surprise between his brows. Chu Bei shrugged his shoulders and did not answer. He lay on the ground with a proud posture, crossing his legs and playing a little tune at the same time. Can your proxy ring help me cultivate? Yi Fan took a deep breath as he recalled his experience and looked at the proxy ring in Chu Bei's hand. He seemed to have made a decision as he moved closer to Chu Bei's hand that was playing with the proxy ring. Real is fake and fake is real. What do you think? Chu Bei smiled and looked at Yi Fan, pretending to be mysterious. Give it to me. I'm willing to drip a drop of blood on it and become your proxy. Yi Fan extended his hand toward Chu Bei. However, just as he was about to grab the proxy ring, a strong force pushed him back a few meters. This, Yi Fan was shocked when he saw Chu Bei's move. He was even more convinced that the proxy ring was real. You want to be my proxy now? Sure, call me Grandpa. Chu Bei continued to play with the proxy ring and looked at Yi Fan playfully. I'm giving you an opportunity to wear a ring. You're so hesitant and suspicious. Do you think I'll harm you? Seeing that Yi Fan was glaring at him with hatred, Chu Bei continued to rub the ring. There are two paths in front of you. First, put on the ring, become my agent, and walk to the peak of life. Second, live the rest of your life in mediocrity and wait for that guy called Pang Bo to bring you heroes, fairies, goddesses, saintesses. Grandfather. A clear and resolute cry rang out from outside the town. Well, you should call me boss instead. After venting out the anger in his heart, Chu Bei tossed the proxy ring to Yi Fan and asked him to drip a drop of blood on it. After all, he couldn't really take advantage of Heavenly Emperor Yi like this. What if one day he couldn't beat this guy and got trampled by him? Boss. Yi Fan called out again. Then, according to Chu Bei's instructions, he bit his index finger and dripped a drop of blood into the ring. Host has successfully signed a first-level proxy, Yi Fan. First-level proxy signing gift package issued. Cultivation conversion speed increasing. Progress 2%. Progress 3%. Progress 4%. When the system sound stopped, the conversion progress had reached 12%. On the proxy interface, Yi Fan was added to the list of first-level proxies. As for the back of the conversion progress bar, it showed that Chu Bei's current realm was Reincarnation Sea Realm, Life Spring Realm. There's a signing gift package? Looking at the additional reward box in the system, Chu Bei muttered to himself. This gift package wasn't for him, but for the first-level proxies. When he was in the Doluor continent, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others didn't have this benefit. Take this as my gift to you for our first meeting. Chu Bei opened the signing gift package, and a square box appeared out of thin air. Then, he threw it to Yi Fan. Before Yi Fan could digest the information about the first-level proxies that suddenly appeared in his mind, he saw Chu Bei throw a square box over. He hurriedly caught it. When he opened the square box, there was a blue-green pill inside. The surface of the pill was engraved with lightning patterns. Boss, this is an immortal pill. Yi Fan carefully picked up the pill. After looking at it, he looked at Chu Bei with a questioning look in his eyes. It's called the Thunderbolt pill. After swallowing it, you will have the power of lightning. As for the power of the lightning, it's related to your own strength, Chu Bei said calmly. After hearing Chu Bei's words, Yi Fan's face lit up and he threw the pill into his mouth without hesitation. In an instant, Yi Fan realized the changes in his body. After the pill entered his stomach, every cell, every bone, and every piece of flesh seemed to be crazily strengthened. At the same time, he felt that he had a terrifying talent that allowed him to communicate with the lightning elements between heaven and earth. Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile as he felt the energy fluctuations from Yi Fan's body. Celestial Emperor Yi, the future super fighter. Fraud. Oh, no, boss, your Thunderbolt pill is just as you said. It's the real deal. Yi Fan exclaimed as he looked at the electricity around his body. His face was full of excitement. After a burst of cheers, Yi Fan turned into lightning and disappeared. After a few seconds, he returned to his original position. With a wave of his right hand, the crackling lightning immediately scorched a towering ancient tree not far away. You have the sacred body of the ancients. You must cultivate it well. It's the strongest physique in history. Chu Bei patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said earnestly, Boss, didn't those old Taoists say that in this era, the sacred body of the ancients is a useless physique that can't be cultivated? Yi Fan asked. That's because they can't afford it. The cultivation of the sacred body of the ancients requires a large amount of spiritual qi, which is hundreds or even thousands of times more than other physiques of the same level. However, now that you've become my agent, you can keep earning money to buy the treasures in the mall. It's enough to support your cultivation of the sacred body of the ancients to completion. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bei's robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and all the dust disappeared. A supreme aura that looked down on the world and was difficult to capture spread out. Looking at Chu Bei's back that seemed to merge with heaven and earth, Yi Fan was stunned. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, he said, "Boss, how much do you know about this world? How are the cultivation realms divided? Can you tell me?" The Big Dipper constellation can be divided into the Eastern Wilderness, Zhongzhou, Western Desert, Northern Plains, and Nanling Mountains. We're now in a corner of the Eastern Wilderness. As for the cultivation realms, first is the Sea of Reincarnation realm. This realm is divided into 4 subrealms, which are the Sea of Bitterness, the Spring of Life, the Divine Bridge, and the Nirvana realm. The second realm is the Tao Palace realm. This realm is divided into 5 subrealms, and the order is different according to the cultivator's cultivation. They are the Divine Treasure of the Heart, the Divine Treasure of the Liver, the Divine Treasure of the Lungs, the Divine Treasure of the Kidney, and the Divine Treasure of the Spleen. The third realm is the Secret Realm of the 4 realms. This realm is also divided into 4 subrealms, and it refers to the cultivation of the 4 limbs, reaching the realm where the hands and feet are omnipotent, and every movement of the hands and feet is a law. The fourth realm is the Secret Realm of Dragonization. This realm has 9 subrealms, and it refers to the cultivation of the spine, making each segment like a pillar of the sky, as solid as a rock. When the Secret Realm is completed, the spine will appear and transform into a dragon. If an ordinary cultivator can cultivate to this realm, he or she will be a famous figure. Further up is the Immortal stage. That realm is too far away from you. Under Yi Fan's continuous questioning, Chu Bei could only spend some time to explain these realms to Yi Fan. "Boss, why can't I even feel the wheel of life? How can I open the sea of bitterness?" Yi Fan frowned slightly. On the path to immortality, one can only achieve success with a firm will and perseverance. Chu Bei looked at Yi Fan with a smile. "You've just started cultivating, and you have the sacred body of the ancients. Don't be anxious. What realm are the old cultivators from the 6 great grotto heavens at?" Yi Fan asked curiously. "Most of them have formed the life spring, but a few have already built the divine bridge," Chu Bei said calmly. "If that's the case, aren't they still at the Sea of Reincarnation realm?" Yi Fan asked in surprise. If they can already control the divine rainbow at the first realm of the life spring, then how terrifying would the palace level, level 4, and even dragon realm experts be? The Big Dipper is much bigger than you think. In your opinion, the people from the 6 great grotto heavens are already very powerful. In fact, the Big Dipper aside, even in the Eastern Barren Territory, they are just ants among ants. Chu Bei smiled and patted Yi Fan's shoulder. "Look at the long term. You still have a long way to go." When comparing the realms, Chu Bei naturally would not judge based on the ability to control the divine rainbow. In the Battle Break Plane, only Do Zongs could truly fly. In the Doluor Plane, only titled Doluor could truly fly. In the Shrouded Heaven Plane, only the second stage of the Sea Revolution realm had the ability to fly. In this regard, it could not be said that the strength of cultivators in the 3 realms was equal. After all, the laws of heaven and earth were different in different realms. Perhaps only when the Devata realms had a unified standard to judge the strength could they be judged. "Boss, is your strength in the level 4 secret realm or the dragon transformation secret realm?" Rumble. Just as Yi Fan continued to ask Chu Bei some questions, a loud roar suddenly came from afar. "That's the direction the 6 great grotto heavens left in. Could it be that something happened over there?" Yi Fan pointed to the east. "Let's go and have a look." Chu Bei looked to the east. After using his observation haki to sense it, an indescribable smile appeared on his face. On the other side, what happened in the desolate ancient ruins? It's usually very quiet. What's going on today? Unlike the desolate ancient forbidden land, although the desolate ancient ruins bordered the forbidden land, it did not have the terrifying power to deprive time. However, since it was too close to the forbidden land, it was rare to see people here. At this moment, the experts from the 6 great grotto heavens who had left earlier gathered again. They stood at the edge of the ruins with a solemn expression on their faces. Chapter 258. The ancient trees in the ruins towered into the sky. Even though the crowd was at the periphery, they could still hear the deafening roars of savage beasts. Looking around, above the forest in the depths of the ruins, strange ferocious birds were circling in the sky. Their bodies were several meters long, and they were extremely huge. "Senior, there's a giant python." Suddenly, Lin Jiao screamed. As she screamed in fear, a giant python as thick as a bucket swam out of the forest. Puff! The giant python with colorful spots opened its mouth and spat out a mist, which immediately shrouded a disciple of the Jade Tripod Cave Heaven who was closest to it. Suddenly, a shrill scream came out of the disciple's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the mist dissipated, and the disciple turned into a skeleton. The surrounding vegetation withered. Retreat! This giant python is called the poison dragon, and it's extremely poisonous. Don't let the poisonous mist come into contact with you, or you'll be corroded immediately. An old man hurriedly shouted. At the same time, a green light lit up in the sea of bitterness. It quickly spread to his arm and shot out along his fingers. The green light was like a sword, and it cut the poison dragon in half with a swoosh. This is really a dangerous world. It seems that we have to increase our strength as soon as possible. Looking at the white bones on the ground and the poison dragon that had been cut in half, Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the rest of the earthlings looked at each other. They felt a chill in their hearts, and they all became cautious. The poison dragon has always stayed in the depths of the forest. Why would it appear in the periphery? Listen carefully. The beasts in the inner area of the desolate ancient ruins seem to be running out. The same goes for the birds and beasts in the sky. They seem to be very anxious. What happened in the depths of the ruins? Could it be that there are powerful savage beasts fighting in the depths? The experts of the 6 great grotto heavens looked at the small beasts that were rushing out of the ruins like a tide, as well as the birds that were flying from the inner area to the periphery. They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from 100 meters away. Then, a giant ape covered in scales jumped up from the forest. It rushed up 100 meters into the sky and appeared in everyone's sight. Scaled ape. The experts of the 6 great grotto heavens cried out in alarm when they saw the appearance of the gigantic ape. However, before the experts of the 6 great grotto heavens could recover from their shock, an extremely sharp bird cry pierced through the sky like the sound of metal and stone. It resounded in everyone's ears, causing their eardrums to hurt and buzz. "Senior, what bird is that?" Pang Bo asked. That's a lightning bird. They are as swift as lightning and possess the innate power of lightning. Their strength is far above ours. The experts from the 6 great grotto heavens were shocked, but as soon as they finished speaking, their eyes were filled with fear. The lightning bird actually streaked across the sky and swooped down towards them. Its scarlet eyes clearly saw them as prey. Retreat! Everyone back off! The experts of the 6 grotto heavens came back to themselves from the shock and issued orders to Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the other earthlings almost simultaneously. In the next moment, the sea of bitterness lit up one by one, and long rainbows appeared under their feet. With a piercing sound, they faced the lightning bird. Attack together! The experts of the 6 great grotto heavens seemed to know how terrifying the lightning bird was. After exchanging glances, they attacked almost at the same time. The elder of the spiritual ruins grotto heaven took out a greenwood seal. The seal emitted a green light, and wisps of green mist lingered around it. It fiercely smashed towards the lightning bird that was swooping down. The elder of the Jade Tripod grotto heaven took out a black ruler. The ruler danced, and black light surrounded it. With a buzzing sound, it struck out. The old woman of the Golden Dawn grotto heaven threw out an octagonal mirror. On the mirror, blue and black light intertwined. The experts of the 6 great grotto heavens surged with spiritual energy. All kinds of weapons flew in the sky, and it was extremely beautiful. Looking at the numerous attacks coming towards it, it let out another cry. The lightning bird did not dodge and continued to swoop down along its original path. It looked at the experts of the 6 great grotto heavens with a human-like disdain. As it screeched, its body swayed slightly. It actually took the bombardment of the greenwood seal. However, it did not seem to be injured at all. Then, it flapped its wings and directly swatted the black ruler away. Whoosh! A golden light streaked across the sky. After directly resisting the attacks of several people, the lightning bird instantly appeared in front of the old woman of the Golden Dawn Grotto Heaven. Lee, a sharp cry rang out. The lightning bird spread its wings, which were covered with tiny lightning bolts. No! Don't! Feeling the terrifying aura fluctuation from the lightning bird's wings, the old woman's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of fear emerged on her face. However, before she could finish screaming in horror, a golden light mixed with blue light penetrated her body amidst the crackling sound of thunder. Gulp! Looking at the old woman in the sky who was directly cut in half by the lightning bird, the other experts of the 6 great grotto heavens instinctively swallowed their saliva. They subconsciously distanced themselves from the lightning bird, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. Although they had heard of the terror of the lightning bird, they did not expect it to be so terrifying that it could easily kill people with the same strength as them. This bird is so powerful. Looking at the two halves of the bloody corpse in the sky, Pang Bo's throat squirmed. As for Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the others, their faces turned pale. Some of the timid female students were so scared that they collapsed on the ground, lowering their heads and not daring to look at the lightning bird. Li. After finishing off the old woman with one blow, the lightning bird continued to flap its wings, and the dense lightning around its body crackled non-stop. A pair of scarlet eyes constantly turned to look at the experts of the 6 great grotto heavens. Its playful gaze was as if it was looking for its next prey. I'll first trap this evil creature. In the silent atmosphere, the old man of the jade tripod grotto heaven took a step forward. Suddenly, 12 green lights rushed out of his thin body. In the process of flying, the 12 green wooden swords rapidly enlarged and shot toward the lightning bird from different directions. In an instant, they formed a cage and trapped the lightning bird inside. It's done. Looking at the cage, the lightning bird could not beat away the green wooden swords even after flapping its wings. The other experts were overjoyed. However, before they could attack, the lightning bird suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning as thick as 2 fingers. Zap! In the ear-piercing sound of electricity, the lightning struck the green wooden swords. Immediately, the wooden swords were destroyed, and the old man of the jade tripod grotto heaven spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother Li, be careful. However, before the anxious voice of another expert of the jade tripod grotto heaven could spread out in the air, the lightning bird had already appeared in front of the old man with a screech. Zap! Another golden light streaked across the sky. A bloody scene played out once again. No, we are no match for this lightning bird. Seeing 2 people die tragically under the lightning bird, a green-robed old man of the Purple Sun Grotto Heaven kept retreating. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not care about the disciples of the Purple Sun Grotto Heaven and directly turned around and flew into the distance. Zap! However, before the green-robed old man could fly more than 10 meters away, another golden light swept down from the sky, and then flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Another lightning bird appeared in everyone's line of sight. Li. However, this was not the end. As the screeching sound rang out again, another 2 lightning birds flew out from the depths of the ruins. After a while, 4 lightning birds hovered in different directions, surrounding the experts of the 6 grotto heaven, Pang Bo, and Lin Jiao. The eyes of the 4 lightning birds were filled with bloodlust. As they screeched continuously, they completely regarded the group of people as their prey. 4. Looking at the 3 lightning birds that appeared behind them, the experts of the 6 grotto heaven trembled at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed bitterly with a strong sense of helplessness. They weren't even a match for 1 lightning bird, let alone 4. Right now, they were in a situation where they would definitely die. Pang Bo, do you think these birds will let us go? Haha, what do you think? What I'm unwilling to accept is that I can't even say goodbye to Yi Fan when I die. He must be waiting for me to bring back fairies and saintesses for him. Who would have thought that I would have to drink tea with the King of Hell as soon as I leave? Woo-woo, if I had known earlier, I would have stayed in that small town with Yi Fan and lived an ordinary life. As expected, we can't escape death. Since we are destined to die, God, why do you have to give me hope again and again? Looking at the 4 lightning birds above them, Li Xiaoman, Ju Yi, and the others were as pale as ashes. Little guys, I hope you don't blame us. We didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying beast. The experts of the 6 grotto heaven looked at Pang Bo and the others with guilt. Then, they clenched their fists and stared fiercely at the nearest lightning bird. In the next moment, everyone took out their weapons and attacked the lightning birds again. Li. Amidst the screeching, the lightning birds instantly knocked away the experts' weapons. The expert of the 6 grotto heaven who was targeted by the lightning birds first sensed the terrifying aura from the lightning birds. He shook his head and closed his eyes unwillingly. This aura was already comparable to the human Nirvana realm expert. There was a gap of an entire realm. Even if they used all their skills, it was impossible for them to win. Kai. However, just as the experts of the 6 grotto heaven closed their eyes unwillingly and waited for the lightning birds to kill them, they suddenly realized that the terrifying aura targeting them had disappeared. This. When the expert of the 6 grotto heaven frowned and opened his eyes again, his pupils suddenly dilated. The unwillingly look on his face instantly froze. At this moment, Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, Wei, and the others were also dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Their mouths were wide open as if they had seen something unbelievable. In the sky battlefield, the 4 lightning birds actually gave up on killing the experts of the 6 grotto heaven at the same time. Instead, they turned to surround the 2 figures that appeared out of thin air. Forget about that fraud. Yi Fan, how did he fly in the sky? How did he do it? Did you guys see that there seemed to be bolts of lightning in Yi Fan's body? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What's going on? Did that fraud do something to Yi Fan? Ju Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others fixed their eyes on the 2 familiar figures on the battlefield. Their voices were filled with astonishment as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. No, impossible. If you want to fly in the sky, you have to at least cultivate the life spring. Both of them are obviously useless and have not even opened up the sea of sufferings. How can they fly in the sky? Something must be wrong, or maybe we were wrong earlier. The experts of the 6 grotto heaven looked at Chu Bei and Yi Fan, who suddenly appeared in shock. Their eyes were wide open. The scene in front of them completely overturned what they had known for many years. Chapter 259. Sometimes, you guys are just too limited. Yi Fan looked at the old Taoists who said that his strongest physique was trash with a look of disdain. Don't you guys understand that there is always someone better than you out there? After saying that, Yi Fan raised his hand and lightning filled his palm. The crackling sound of electricity shook the hearts of everyone present. As for Chu Bei, he did not pay any attention to the 6 paradise experts. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and looked at the 4 lightning birds with a playful expression. Li. The 4 lightning birds seemed to have detected a dangerous aura from Chu Bei's body. They opened their beaks at Chu Bei at the same time and let out sharp screeches. Kaila. In the next moment, the 4 lightning birds turned into golden rays at the same time. As they flapped their wings, they attacked Chu Bei with terrifying lightning. Little guys, since you guys like to play with lightning, I'll play with you guys. After his calm and playful voice sounded, Chu Bei moved his mind and directly exchanged for Thor's hammer. Then, he waved the Thor's hammer in his right hand. The lightning brought by the 4 lightning birds inexplicably left their wings and surged into Chu Bei's hammer. Li, sensing that the lightning on their bodies had disappeared, the 4 lightning birds' scarlet eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. Then, they immediately stopped moving. Then, they flapped their wings again and brought out another bolt of lightning. However, a similar scene played out again. The lightning that had just been released from their wings flew uncontrollably into the hammer in the human's hand. After trying again and again, the 4 lightning birds' human-like eyes finally showed signs of fear. After looking at Chu Bei with fear, the 4 lightning birds actually turned around and flew higher into the sky with a screech. If I let you guys leave, then wouldn't my hammer be exchanged for Bai Dian? After his smiling voice sounded, Chu Bei once again waved the Thor's hammer. The blue lightning on the hammer suddenly turned black and instantly enlarged and spread out. The rolling black lightning covered the sky. Before the lightning birds could fly more than 100 meters, they let out 4 miserable shrieks and turned into nothingness under everyone's gaze. Gulp! The 6 paradise experts hovered not too far away from Chu Bei, staring blankly in the direction where the 4 lightning birds had disappeared. When their gazes fell back on Chu Bei, they were all dumbstruck and instinctively gulped. Old he, did you see what he did just now? That hammer actually absorbed the lightning of the lightning bird. I saw it, but I didn't understand what kind of treasure that hammer was. Also, has he already built a divine bridge to reach the other side? Looks like we really made a mistake. However, didn't he not even open the sea of bitterness? Strange, strange. The 6 Grotto Heavens powerhouses fixed their gazes on Chu Bei as they discussed in low voices. This god rod is even stronger than these Grotto Heaven expert. Even these cultivators couldn't deal with such a terrifying bird, yet he annihilated them all by himself. Dead, those big birds are all dead, haha. It seems that Yi Fan's ability to fly must be related to him. This won't do. When that god rod comes down, I will also ask him for a favor. If he can also fly, then he will be even safer in this mysterious and unknown world. Li Xiaoman, Zhu Yi, and the rest were excited. The 4 lightning birds were dead, and their crisis was resolved once again. Thank you for saving our lives. We were blind before, and we hope you don't blame us. The 6 Grotto Heavens powerhouses exchanged glances and flew to Chu Bei's side at the same time. They clasped their fists and asked, "Can you tell us what your cultivation level is?" The group of powerhouses looked at Chu Bei expectantly. After all, he had not even opened the sea of bitterness, but he had such terrifying strength. This completely overturned their understanding of cultivation. Perhaps, after listening to what the man in front of them said, they could really find a way to become a powerhouse without opening the sea of bitterness. Then, their names would be passed down in the eastern wilderness and even the entire Big Dipper. Facing the group's expectant gazes, Chu Bei smiled faintly and shook his head. As a reward for saving your lives, hand over all your treasures. Huh! Hearing Chu Bei's words, the 6 Grotto Heavens powerhouses were stunned. They had never expected this person to take the initiative to ask for a reward. What? Don't tell me that the things you have are more important than your lives. Chu Bei's voice gradually became low and deep, and his expression also became serious. Layers of visible ripples in the void spread out with him as the center. Enveloped by these ripples, the 6 Grotto Heavens powerhouses' faces instantly turned pale. Then, they all looked at Chu Bei in horror. Here, it's all here. After being stunned for a moment, the 6 Grotto Heavens powerhouses hurriedly took out their valuable items and handed them all to Chu Bei. It was also at this moment that the incomparably terrifying pressure withdrew from their bodies. The 6 Grotto Heavens powerhouses looked at each other, and they could see the fear in each other's eyes. Under the pressure of the other party's pressure, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and all the spirit chi around them had frozen. It felt as if with a single thought, their consciousness would instantly disappear and they would become completely dead people. While they were terrified of Chu Bei's strength, they were also cursing in their hearts. Obviously, they did not expect Chu Bei to ask for a reward from them. Looking at the treasures he had obtained from the 6 Grotto Heavens powerhouses, Chu Bei pointed with his finger, and a golden disc appeared. One treasure after another flew into the whirlpool in the middle of the disc. Cultivation conversion speed increasing. As expected, when Chu Bei contributed these treasures to the system, the conversion speed began to increase. However, this increase in conversion speed was somewhat difficult to accept. Perhaps it was because the system had judged that the treasures of the 6 Grotto Heavens powerhouses were not worth much. More than half of the treasures had been contributed, but his conversion speed had only increased from 12% to 12.1%. Looking at the bottles of 100 herbs potion in front of Chu Bei, an elder said, "Sir, if you don't need so much 100 herbs potion, we will take some back." To the elders of the 6 grotto heavens, the 100 herbs potion was useless to them. The reason why they carried it with them was that it could help their new disciples open their sea of misery. For people with ordinary constitutions, half a bottle of 100 herbs potion could open their sea of misery. For people with superior constitutions, they only needed 1 bottle of 100 herbs potion to open their sea of misery. In their opinion, the 100 herbs potion was useless to the person in front of them who could easily kill the lightning bird. After Chu Bei glanced at the elder who spoke, his gaze landed on Yi Fan. "There are 22 bottles here. Drink it, it should be enough for you to open your sea of misery." Hearing Chu Bei's words, the powerhouses of the 6 grotto heavens were stunned. However, before they could come back to their senses, Yi Fan had already grabbed a pile of 100 herbs potion and gulped them down one by one. Ever since he confirmed that the thunder pill was real, he no longer had any vigilance against Chu Bei. Crazy, crazy, this is crazy. Even the Eastern divine physique only drank 3 bottles of 100 herbs potion. "You'll explode if you do this. Stop, stop. You'll kill that kid if you do this." Seeing that Yi Fan was about to drink the 7th bottle of 100 herbs potion, the powerhouses of the 6 grotto heavens became anxious. However, just as they tried to stop Yi Fan from drinking the 100 herbs potion, the familiar pressure from before shrouded them once again. This time, they were directly suppressed to the point where they could not move. They could only watch as Yi Fan continued to drink bottle after bottle of 100 herbs potion. When Yi Fan drank the 10th bottle of 100 herbs potion, Chu Bei asked, "How do you feel?" Yi Fan shook his head. "The wheel of life and the sea of misery are still silent. There are no fluctuations at all, but my spiritual qi is getting more and more abundant." "Continue," Chu Bei said calmly. 11 bottles, 12 bottles, 12 bottles. Is this the sacred body of the ancients, the strongest constitution that once ruled the world for thousands of years? Although it's just a useless body now, it can withstand the effects of more than 10 bottles of 100 herbs potion. The powerhouses of the 6 grotto heavens were shocked. "Boss, I feel it. I feel like I can feel the existence of the wheel of life." When Yi Fan drank the 17th bottle, his face was filled with excitement. "Continue drinking and open up the sea of misery." Chu Bei's voice was calm. Yi Fan nodded and drank the rest of the 100 herbs potion in one go. He then sat cross-legged in the void. Time ticked by. After 15 minutes, Yi Fan's body shone brightly. At the same time, there were waves of tsunami-like sounds. "Old He, didn't you say that the sacred body of the ancients could no longer open up the sea of misery? What's happening now?" The elder of the spiritual ruins grotto heaven fixed his eyes on Yi Fan with a look of disbelief. "Don't ask me. I'm just as confused as you are." The elder named Old He shook his head. Endless divine light rushed out from where Yi Fan's sea of misery was. It was golden and dazzling, accompanied by lightning and thunder. At that moment, not only were the powerhouses of the 6 grotto heavens stunned, but Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others below were also dumbfounded. They were all speechless as they watched the changes on Yi Fan's body. More and more divine light came from where Yi Fan's sea of misery was. It was as dazzling as a rainbow. There were even golden waves that began to surge. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the violent tsunami waves rushed to the sky. Senior Hua, among the 6 grotto heavens, the sunset grotto heavens has the most talents. Have you seen anything like this in the process of opening up the sea of misery? The elder of the spiritual ruins grotto heaven looked at the elder of the sunset grotto heaven. Tsunamis that reach the sky, the sound is like thunder, and the waves are raging. I've never seen anything like this before. The powerhouses of the 6 grotto heavens felt that their mouths were dry as they watched the phenomenon of Yi Fan's sea of misery getting bigger and bigger. It all felt like a dream. In the phenomenon, the rumbling waves sounded like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. At that moment, they seemed to have arrived at the shore and were facing a vast and undulating ocean. "Old Yi, did he step onto the path of cultivation here before us? Didn't those old Taoists say that Yi Fan couldn't cultivate? It seems like they're all liars." Pang Bo looked at the powerhouses of the 6 grotto heavens with resentment. His expression was so shocked that it couldn't be any more unbelievable. It said that when the Eastern godly physique opened up the sea of misery, there was also a phenomenon. However, it wasn't as shocking as this. Vivian was also in the air. She stared at Yi Fan's sea of misery that was flickering with golden light and dancing lightning. She was almost petrified. The other party's golden waves that were mixed with lightning seemed like they would rush out at any moment. Even she felt a terrifying pressure. Rumble. Following a dull sound, the phenomenon of Yi Fan's sea of misery disappeared. Then, he opened his eyes. "Boss, it's done." Yi Fan stood up and looked at Chu Bei with an extremely excited expression. "Boss? Why did Yi Fan call that person boss?" Hearing Yi Fan call Chu Bei, Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others immediately widened their eyes. At that moment, Yi Fan was standing in the air. His eyes were shining. The moment he stood up, his entire person became more agile and had an additional aura of the way of immortals. When he looked at the sea of misery again, although the phenomenon had disappeared, an extremely small golden light spot appeared. Although it was only the size of a sesame seed, it was dazzling. Isn't the sea of misery dark green or black? Why is there a golden one? Why is the aura of his sea of misery that is the size of a sesame seed above that of ordinary disciples? Could it be that it's concentrated essence? Strange, strange. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed extraordinary. Could the golden sea of misery be exclusive to people with such a body type? It's a pity that it took 22 bottles of 100 herbs potion just to open up one sea of misery. The resources consumed by one person are equivalent to that of dozens of people. How many resources will he need to cultivate in the future? I'm afraid that no grotto heavens can afford it. The powerhouses of the 6 grotto heavens looked at Yi Fan in shock. Not bad. You've taken the first step. Chu Bei nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a wave of his hand, he appeared beside Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others with Yi Fan. Say goodbye to your classmates. Pang Bo was the first to speak. Yi, where are you going? I'm going to cultivate with the boss and travel the world. Yi Fan gave Pang Bo a hug. Immortal. Immortal, since you've taken Yi, why don't you take me as well? Pang Bo quickly begged and looked at Chu Bei with a sincere face. Since Chu Bei easily defeated the 4 lightning birds, Pang Bo felt that this faker was much more reliable than the so-called powerhouses of the grotto heavens. Although Lin Jiao, Li Xiaoman, and the others did not speak, they also looked at Chu Bei expectantly. Yi Fan is different from you. He can only cultivate with me. Besides, each of you has your own opportunities. Chu Bei smiled. Rumble. At this moment, the earth trembled and a continuous rumbling sound came from the depths of the ruins. What happened there? The powerhouse of the 6 grotto heavens looked into the depths of the ruins with a frown. Yi Fan, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bei turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the depths of the ruins. Yi Fan nodded and followed closely behind him. As soon as Chu Bei and Yi Fan left, the powerhouse of the 6 grotto heavens landed beside Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others and asked the question in his heart. What? He said he's an immortal? In the next moment, the powerhouse of the 6 grotto heavens looked in the direction Chu Bei left and his body trembled. Was this immortal a powerful expert, or was he a real immortal that existed in the legends, but no one knew if he existed or not? Chapter 260. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, deep noises came from the depths of the ruins. What's that sound? Pang Bo, Ju Yi, and the rest felt their hearts skip a beat. It was as though something was grabbing their hearts, causing them to feel a sharp pain. As for some of the weaker girls, their faces turned pale when they heard the weird noises. Fear appeared in their eyes. What's in the depths of the ruins? Have all of you noticed that these muffled sounds actually carry an indescribable fluctuation of energy? It's like an extremely powerful aura of life. Could it be that some powerful creature in the depths of the ruins is slowly waking up after a long slumber? Maybe it's the birth of some treasure. Sensing the strange energy wave in the deep noises, the 6 Grotto Heavens experts exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. After making the decision, the group of experts brought Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the rest into the depths of the ruins. Could it be that this used to be a city? In the depths of the ruins, on top of a tall mountain, Yi Fan looked ahead in surprise. Unlike the towering trees in the periphery, the center of the ruins was densely packed with ancient buildings. Although most of them had collapsed, one could imagine how magnificent they used to be. What was even more unbelievable was that the endless ancient buildings were built in a circular pattern with a huge volcano as the center. Looking at the huge volcano, flames shot up into the sky and lava boiled. Under the scorching heat, half of the sky was dyed red. "Boss, look over there." Suddenly, Yi Fan pointed in the direction of the volcano with a shocked expression. It was an unbelievable scene. As the magma churned and surged, a magnificent ancient palace appeared in the crater of the volcano. The ancient palace was heavy, and the deep noises that sounded like a heartbeat came from it. Looking over, the ancient palace was shining with golden light. It was incomparably sparkling and translucent. An ancient aura flowed about, and streaks of divine multicolored light swirled about. Rumble. Just then, the mountain that Chu Bei and Yi Fan were on began to shake violently. Soon after, a ferocious beast that looked like a bull, had the head of a lion, and was over 10 meters tall charged out of the mountain, occupying the area around the crater. Not long after, the area around the crater was occupied by nearly 20 ferocious birds and savage beasts. These ferocious beasts were the overlords of the ruins, and most of them were famous among the cultivators in the outside world. For example, the silver-winged centipede was 5 meters long and as thick as an arm. Its entire body was shining as if it was made of silver. For example, the blue-winged bird whose entire body was wrapped in flames. As it flapped its wings, billowing flames burned the void. It was this group of powerful overlords of the ruins that were staring at the ancient palace that was floating in the magma. Their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. "Boss, they seem to be waiting for something. Do you know something?" Yi Fan pointed at the ancient palace and probed. Otherwise, the other party would not have brought him here by coincidence. "Tomb of the Demon Emperor." Chu Bei glanced at Yi Fan and calmly uttered 3 syllables. Could it be that they want to snatch the treasure? Hearing Chu Bei's words, Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and a hint of fanaticism rose in his eyes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just as Yi Fan's excited voice fell, a few rainbows flew past above the ancient palace. The first 3 figures that landed were a 2-meter-tall burly man. His arms were covered in scales, and they shone brightly under the magma. Beside him was a young lady. She did not have arms, only a pair of golden wings. Her hair was shining like golden silk. The third figure was a giant snake. It had horns on its head and sharp claws under its belly. To be exact, it was a dragon. The appearance of these 3 figures caused the 20 ferocious beasts that originally occupied the area around the crater to retreat. There was a hint of fear in their eyes. Obviously, they were the more powerful ones among the ferocious beasts. Some of them could even transform into human form. The second group of rainbows that revealed themselves were a group of white-haired old men. From the robes that they wore, they were the sect leaders and grand elders of the 6 Grotto Heavens. Looking at the ferocious beasts and old men that gathered around the ancient palace, Chu Bei wanted to laugh. The tomb of the Demon Emperor was actually targeted by a group of sea reincarnation realm underlings. It could only be said that the Demon Emperor of this generation did not set up any restrictions. It was purely an opportunity for the future generations. Otherwise, this ruin would have become the 8th life forbidden zone. Humans, aren't you being too greedy? You have already excavated half of the primitive ruins that belong to the demon race. Now, you even want to occupy the inner ruins? Do you really want to start a war between the 2 races? In the sky above the crater, the burly man with scales on his arms shouted at the sect leaders of the 6 Grotto Heavens. "Since the immortal treasury has appeared, we naturally have to come and take a look. The sect leader of the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven smiled as he stroked his beard. I'm not afraid of a war between the two races. Go ahead and try to encroach on this ancient palace, a 3-meter-tall burly man with a pair of bull horns on his head said in a deep voice. Looking at these buildings, they are all built in the style of the human race. This place must have been the territory of the human race before. Now that the treasure has appeared, it is reasonable for us to come here to look for opportunities. What's wrong with that? Facing the threat of the group of great demons, the sect leaders of the 6 Grotto Heavens were not afraid. What a joke! My Flood Dragon race's ancestor said that this place is not the homeland of the human race. It is the imperial capital of the demon race during its heyday. Everything here has nothing to do with the human race. The old flood dragon with a horn on his head and sharp claws on his abdomen said coldly. The immortal treasury has appeared. No matter what you say, we will not leave. As for the immortal treasury's owner, it will depend on our own abilities. The sect leaders of the 6 Grotto Heavens took a step forward at the same time and released their aura. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the frequency of the dull sounds from the ancient palace increased rapidly. The boiling lava in the crater of the volcano began to gush out like bright red blood. That ancient palace was only rising and not descending, as though it was about to leave the crater. Look, look. It's the demon race's language. It's not the ordinary demon race's language. It's the Emperor's language. It was left behind by our demon race's Emperor. When the ancient words appeared above the ancient palace, the group of great demons suddenly exclaimed, looking extremely excited. These ancient words were sparkling and shining, looking very magical. Some of them were shaped like dragons and phoenixes, while others were shaped like tortoises and killins. They were the Emperor's language of the demon race from before the Antiquity Age. Greedy humans, what else do you have to say now? The evidence is right in front of you. Leave quickly. All of this was left behind by our demon race's Emperor. It has nothing to do with you humans. The woman with wings on her back coldly glanced at the sect leaders of the 6 Grotto Heavens. Hearing this, the sect leaders of the 6 Grotto Heavens had ugly expressions. At this moment, the sect leader of the Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "It's him. It must be him. This must be where he is buried." Looking at the excited sect leader of the Jade Tripod Grotto Heaven, the other 5 sect leaders were stunned at first. Then, they seemed to realize something. This is the last demon race's Emperor. Hearing this, the great demons present immediately said confidently, "Since you already know that this was left behind by our demon race's Emperor, shouldn't you leave immediately? If you don't leave, we can only leave you here forever." As soon as they finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from the great demons. Billowing demonic chi soared into the sky, and a murderous aura immediately filled the air above the crater. No, it's precisely because this place might be related to the demon race's Emperor that we can't leave. Because there might be an important treasure of our human race here. Today, we can take it back. The sect leader of the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven's eyes were shining with determination. T. How can there be an important treasure of your human race in the tomb of our demon race's Emperor? You clearly want to steal the tomb of our demon race's Emperor. The great demons were furious. Their cold eyes locked onto the sect leaders of the 6 great Grotto Heavens, and they were ready to attack at any time. In the past, your demon race's Emperor was so powerful that he united the demon race that had been divided in the eastern wilderness for tens of thousands of years. It could be said that he was a great threat to the human race in the eastern wilderness. As for the human race's treasure, it was lost at that time. It was said that the demon race's Emperor took it away. Also, the Tao scripture, which was famous in the eastern wilderness, was also taken apart at that time, and a very important volume was lost. Later on, there was evidence that pointed to this demon race's Emperor's doing. Thinking about it, the eastern wilderness's treasure and the most important volume of the Tao scripture should be in that great hall. The sect leader of the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven had a calm expression as he pointed at the ancient hall that was about to completely rise above the crater. Tao scripture. Hearing the words of the sect leader of the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven, the great demon's eyes were burning with desire. If the ancient hall really contained the human race's immortal scripture, they would take it for themselves no matter what. Boss, what exactly is the human race's treasure that those old Taoists were talking about? Is it really in this ancient hall? On a mountain not far from the volcano, Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei in confusion and asked. The demon race's tomb is divided into two tombs, yin and yang. One yang and one yin, they are the Tai Chi guardians. The ancient hall that you are looking at is the yang tomb in the middle. There are only opportunities and no dangers in it. As for the yin tomb, it is a sure-kill situation. No matter how many people enter, they will all die. Chu Bei recalled as he looked at the 6 Grotto Heavens experts. The treasure that they were talking about is not in this yang tomb. Then what exactly is the human race's treasure? Is it in the yin tomb? Where is the yin tomb? Yi Fan threw out a series of questions. The ancient desolate tower is a 9-story tower that has vast and unpredictable power. It is immortal and can suppress all the experts in the world. Chu Bei said plainly. Suppress all the experts? Is it that terrifying? Yi Fan was shocked. Otherwise, why would it become the human race's treasure? Chu Bei smiled and said, in these endless years, the number of great emperors that have been suppressed to death by this desolate tower can't be counted with 2 hands. As for how strong great emperors are, you will gradually understand in the future. Chapter 261. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the ancient palace only has the so-called Tao scripture? Yi Fan was disappointed. Don't underestimate this Tao scripture. For tens of thousands of years, there are only a few ancient scriptures in the entire Big Dipper that can be compared to it. It records the mysterious cultivation techniques, from opening the sea of bitterness to connecting the bridge of heaven and earth to the other side. All of them are explained in detail. It can be said that it is the most powerful ancient scripture in the reincarnation realm. Chu Bei smirked. Moreover, although the ancient palace doesn't have the ancient desolate tower, it has a treasure that is not inferior to it. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. What is it? A treasure that looks like a piece of scrap copper, Chu Bei said calmly. Scrap copper? Yi Fan frowned. Chu Bei smiled when he saw Yi Fan's longing gaze and did not continue. While Chu Bei and Yi Fan were talking, the atmosphere above the volcano also became abnormally tense. The sect leaders of the 6 Grotto Heavens and the group of great demons were ready to fight at any moment. Greedy humans, the ancient palace left behind by the monster emperor is about to open. Do you really want to break the peace of the past hundreds of years and start a war with us? Elder Dragon, who was covered in shining red scales, stood up like a bloody city wall and gave off a shocking feeling. The 6 Grotto Heaven sect leader looked at the group of great monsters and shouted, how can the treasure of the human race fall into the hands of the monster race? If you want to fight, then let's fight. What a joke. This is the tomb of the monster emperor, but you are using the treasure of the human race and the Tao scripture as an excuse to rob the tomb of the monster emperor. The young monster race girl with a pair of golden wings said with a pleasant voice that was filled with killing intent. Whether it is true or not, we will know when we enter the ancient palace. If there is no treasure of the human race and the Tao scripture, we will leave immediately and not touch anything inside. However, if there are 2 treasures, we can take them away. This way, we can avoid a fight and it will benefit both of us, said the spiritual Mound Grotto Heaven sect leader. Ridiculous. How can the Shifter Emperor's mausoleum be blasphemed by you humans? As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful blonde girl glanced at the ancient palace that was about to appear. She spread her wings and thousands of golden divine feathers turned into golden divine arrows that shot towards the foreheads of the 6 great Grotto Heavens. No matter what, we must take back the supreme treasure of the human race and the Tao scripture today. In the face of the golden-haired girl's attack, the spiritual ruins Grotto Heavens sect master remained strong. He waved his sleeves and immediately, a misty purple gas spread out like a raging sea and blocked the endless divine feathers. Kill. As the old dragon's cold voice fell, divine light bloomed from its body. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of dazzling light toward the Jade Tripod Paradise's sect master. Dong dong dong. However, just as the head of the Jade Tripod Cave Heaven was about to launch an attack, the frequency of the muffled sound in the ancient palace, which was like a heart beating violently, rose to the extreme. In the next moment, a five-colored brilliance shot into the sky from the volcano's crater. Magma that was as red as blood shot up into the sky. The majestic ancient palace shook violently with a loud boom. Complex and mysterious demonic inscriptions were faintly discernible as it left the volcano's crater and floated in the void. Don't fight with these demons. Taking back the supreme treasure of the human race and the Tao scripture is of utmost importance. The voice of the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven's sect master reverberated in the air. The other 5 sect masters clearly had the same thought as they left the battle and flew toward the ancient palace at the same time. The group of great demons naturally rushed toward the majestic ancient palace as well. They had to open the door before the humans and stop them from blaspheming the Shifter Emperor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several rainbows streaked across the sky. Among these experts, the golden-haired girl was undoubtedly the fastest in terms of speed. She was the first to appear in front of the ancient palace. She flapped her wings and pushed open the 5-colored jade door. Hey! Not only the girl, but the group of great demons and the sect masters of the 6 great grotto heavens were all stunned when they saw the door of the ancient palace being pushed open so easily. In their opinion, the Shifter Emperor's mausoleum should have at least 1 or 2 seals. If Chu Bei knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. What kind of realm was a great emperor in? He could travel through the major galaxies with a single step and destroy stars with a lift of his finger. Even if such a being had set up the simplest seal, how could they, the weakest of the weakest, break it? Perhaps, they would be destroyed into nothingness by the seal before they could even get close to the ancient palace. Boss, when do we move? Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei and waited for his instructions. Chu Bei glanced at the majestic palace above the crater of the volcano. He did not reply to Yi Fan. Instead, he turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared from the spot. Boss, wait for me. Seeing this, Yi Fan did not hesitate and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the ancient palace. The entire ancient palace was made of 5-colored divine jade. It was as if it had come from the primordial era through time and space. It made people feel the precipitation of time and the aura of history. The walls of the ancient palace were sparkling and there were countless ancient words engraved on them. The dragon-shaped words were vigorous, the phoenix-shaped words were flying, the tortoise-shaped words were heavy, and the Kirin-shaped words were majestic. They were the Shifter race's imperial language from before the primordial era. The ancient palace was divided into 3 floors. At this moment, on the first floor, the sect masters of the 6 great grotto heavens and a group of great demons were frantically searching. Who are you two? Finally, a great demon found Chu Bei and Yi Fan. His cold voice was filled with strong murderous intent. At this moment, whether it was the elites of the 6 great grotto heavens or the group of great demons, all their eyes were focused on Chu Bei and Yi Fan. Our purpose here is the same as yours. Of course, we are also here to search for treasures. Chu Bei had a smile on his face. As he spoke, he had already released his observation haki to the extreme. Fellow cultivator, you don't look familiar. Can you tell us your name? The sect masters of the 6 great grotto heavens glanced at Chu Bei. After a brief exchange of glances, the sect master of the Jade Ding grotto heaven cupped his fists and said, to be able to enter this ancient palace with them, even if the other party's strength was weaker than theirs, the difference would not be too great. I am just a businessman. There is no such thing as a name. If you have to say a name, then just call me Boss Chu. Chu Bei waved his robe and said indifferently, Boss Chu. Hearing this, the sect masters of the 6 great grotto heavens looked at each other. They had never heard of such a name in the entire eastern wilderness, let alone the Yang Kingdom. No matter who you are, as long as you are a human, You will all die for blaspheming the mausoleum of the great demon emperor. Elder Dragon, whose body was covered in shining red scales, glanced coldly at Chu Bei, Yi Fan, and the sect masters of the 6 great grotto heavens. However, just as he was about to attack, below the pitch-black stone platform in the main hall, a very thin strand of golden foil flew out of the hall. Instantly, the group of powerful cultivators who were about to fight again stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the golden foil. They were all stunned at first, but when they came to their senses, their eyes shone brightly as they chased out of the main hall. Human, this golden foil can't be the human treasure and Daoist scripture that you are talking about, right? Then why are you fighting with us? The golden-haired girl's expression was cold as she shouted angrily. She flapped her wings, and several rays of golden light slashed towards the sect masters of the 6 great grotto heavens. Whether it is or not, we will know when we get it. A silver cauldron rushed out of the spiritual ruins grotto heavens sect master's body. The cauldron vibrated, and light shot out in all directions. With a whoosh, it met the demon clan girl's attack. Kill. Stop them. The treasure left behind by the great demon emperor must not fall into the hands of these humans. As the demon clan girl's cold voice fell, the other great demons all attacked. Immediately, demonic chi shot up into the sky, and killing intent shot up into the clouds. The surging demonic chi was like a vast ocean, and thousands of waves swept across the sky. Almost at the same time, the divine chi in the sea of sufferings of the 6 great grotto heavens sect masters boiled. Their bodies were covered in dazzling divine light. As they chased after the golden foil, they waved their hands and scattered the demonic chi that was rushing towards them. In an instant, the sect masters of the 6 great grotto heavens, the great elders, and the group of great demons were engaged in a chaotic battle above the volcano. Demonic chi filled the air, divine light shot up into the sky, and multicolored light shot out in all directions. All kinds of weapons were dancing in the sky, and it was extremely beautiful. The divine drum, silver lamp, bronze cauldron, golden sword, 8 trigrams mirror, blood saber, dragon scale blade, and so on were constantly being used by the 6 great grotto heavens experts. They clashed with the attacks of the great demons, and clanging sounds could be heard incessantly. This place is, that's the sect master and great elder. Why are they fighting with the great demons? The sect master seems to be fighting with the great demons for something. What's going on with that ancient palace? So that's where the weird muffled sound came from. Easy, and that fraud. What are the 2 of them doing? At that moment, Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the others arrived at the periphery of the collapsed buildings under the lead of the 6 great grotto heavens elders. All of them stared at the battlefield above the volcano, and their faces were filled with astonishment. This was especially so for Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the rest of the Earthlings. They found it hard to calm down as they watched the battle above the volcano from afar. They were dazzled and looked forward to it. Boss, what's that golden foil? Yi Fan pointed at the golden foil that was floating in all kinds of lights on the battlefield and looked at Chu Bei with a confused expression. Dao Scripture Reincarnation Scroll. 5 calm syllables came out of Chu Bei's mouth. What? That's the Dao Scripture. Yi Fan's mouth was wide open. He thought that the Dao Scripture, which was an immortal scripture of the human race, would be a thick scroll. He did not expect it to be a palm-sized golden foil that was less than 2 millimeters thick. Rumble. The battle on the battlefield became more and more intense. The figures of the 6 great grotto heavens sect master, great elder, and the great demons were constantly intertwining with each other. With the golden foil as the center, all kinds of lights flashed, and all kinds of weapons swallowed and spat out divine light. The continuous bombardment was deafening. As the battle dragged on, both sides began to fight with all their might, and the battle evolved into a battle of life and death. Both sides no longer held back and used all kinds of killing moves. No matter which side it was, they were determined to obtain this mysterious golden foil. Chapter 262. I got it, I got it. Suddenly, One of the Grand Supreme Elders of the Spiritual Ruins Grotto Heaven laughed out loud as his right hand gripped tightly onto the golden foil. However, before his laughter could spread, his expression froze. At that moment, all the great demons on the battlefield gave up on attacking their original opponents and turned their attention to the Grand Supreme Elder who had obtained the golden foil. The sudden series of attacks caused the Grand Supreme Elder to retreat. Soon, his chest was pierced by a great demon, and half of his heart was dug out. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. As for the golden foil, it landed in the great demon's hand. However, in less than 2 seconds, the combined attack of the 6 Grotto Heavens sect masters arrived. The Spiritual Ruins Grotto Heavens sect master's expression was cold as he formed a hand seal with both hands, drawing a strange trajectory in the sky. The silver cauldron vibrated, and endless fog spread out, instantly sucking the great demon into the cauldron. With a loud bang, divine flames filled the sky, and a heart-wrenching scream was heard from within the cauldron. The great demon was melted alive in an instant, and only 2 wisps of smoke floated out. After dealing with the great demon, the Spiritual Ruins Grotto Heavens sect master did not grab the golden foil. Instead, he retreated a little to increase the distance between him and the golden foil. With the previous example, everyone present knew that no matter who obtained the golden foil, they would instantly become the target of the other party's firepower. This is really a hot potato. Yi Fan, who was watching the battle not far away, sighed. Chu Bei gave a non-committal smile, a purple light pulsating in his right palm. The great demon and the 6 Grotto Heavens sect masters were similar in strength. Whoever touched the golden foil would die. The battle above the volcano was getting more and more intense. Although everyone's attention was on the golden foil, no one deliberately fought for it. We can't keep fighting like this. Such a huge commotion will soon attract the attention of the outside forces. I'm the fastest. You guys block these humans with all your might. I'll immediately retreat after I get the mysterious golden foil. After a long while, the golden-haired demon clan girl flapped her wings and shouted. She turned into a golden light and reached out to grab the golden foil floating in the middle of the battlefield. You're courting death. Seeing this, the 6 Heavenly Grotto Heavens sect leader Ku Hai released a dazzling light. They all took out their weapons and attacked the Yarrow clan girl. Just as the attacks were about to hit the monster clan girl, the group of great monsters roared angrily and surrounded the girl, blocking the attacks of the 6 Paradise sect leader for her. Thank you, everyone. The monster race girl revealed a look of joy. The first wave of attacks from the 6 Paradise sect masters had been blocked. Even if they were to gather their strength and launch a second wave of attacks, the time it took was enough for her to take the golden foil and escape. Kyla. However, the monster race girl had already thought of a way to retreat. Just as she was about to grab the gold foil, a dazzling purple light flashed in her line of sight. Then, with a tearing sound, a purple light that looked like a swimming snake appeared out of thin air and wrapped around the gold foil like a rope. In the next moment, the purple light flashed and disappeared along with the mysterious golden foil that everyone was fighting over. This. Not only the monster race girl, but the group of great monsters beside her, as well as the 6 Paradise sect leaders who were being held back, all had a change in expression when the purple light appeared. This sudden turn of events was something they did not expect. Especially the monster race girl, who was in a daze, as if she had not recovered from her shock. The golden foil that was so close to her was mysteriously swept away by the purple light right under her nose. The treasure is over there. Suddenly, a great monster cried out in shock. With this cry, whether it was the 6 Paradise sect leaders or the monster race girl, all of their gazes fell on Chu Bei. At this moment, Chu Bei was playing with a long purple rope in his palm. To be exact, he was playing with the golden foil that was wrapped around by the purple rope. So it's you. The monster race girl fixed her gaze on Chu Bei and gritted her teeth in anger. Because the battle was too intense, she had forgotten about this guy who had entered the main hall with her. Otherwise, if she had been prepared, she would not have let him take advantage of her and obtain the golden foil. Is this a case of the fisherman benefiting from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam? The thing that they were fighting over seems to have been taken by that fraud. Why do I feel like Fraud Tien didn't spend much effort to snatch it? There are so many experts eyeing it covetously. So what if he took it? He has to be strong enough to protect it. Pang Bo, Ju Yi, and the rest looked at the golden foil in Chu Bei's hand and their eyes lit up. Boss Chu, this mysterious item came from the tomb of the monster race emperor. It is very likely to be related to the lost treasure of the human race. It will be difficult for you to guard it alone. The spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven is backed by the Yaoguang Holy Land. Please give it to me immediately and help me block these great monsters for a while. In the future, the human cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness will be grateful for what you have done today. With that, the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven's sect leader immediately flew towards Chu Bei, followed by the other 5 sect leaders. Don't even think about leaving with the treasure of the monster race. Kill. With a cold shout, the golden-haired monster race girl spread her wings, and thousands of golden feathers shot towards Chu Bei like golden arrows. Behind her, a human-shaped beast with a wide mouth and sharp fangs spun like a top. Its half-foot-long fur intertwined to form a sharp spear that pierced towards Chu Bei. A giant red bird extended its golden claws and swooped down. The half-meter-long blades in its claws swept towards Chu Bei. In an instant, Chu Bei became the target of everyone. Boss Chu, what are you waiting for? Looking at Chu Bei, who was still standing on the same spot, the 6 Grotto Heavens sect leader looked anxious. Facing so many attacks, even if they were in his place, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. Seeing that their attacks were about to land on the human's body, a bloodthirsty look appeared in the eyes of the demon girl and the group of great demons. However, before the corners of their cold mouths could curl up, their expressions suddenly froze. Just as the countless attacks that were densely packed like an inescapable net were about to land on that human, a red light wall appeared out of thin air in front of him. TSK, TSK, TSK. In front of this red light wall, their attacks seemed to have met their nemesis. One after another, they were destroyed by the energy contained in the light wall. Not even a trace of aura could pass through the barrier and land on the human behind the barrier. This is impossible. Seeing that their attacks were ineffective, the monster race girl and the other great monsters' faces instantly turned gloomy. After a short moment of shock, the great monsters gathered their strength and attacked again. However, the outcome did not change. Some of the great demons even circled behind Chu Bei. Even so, when their attacks were about to hit Chu Bei's body, a wall of light appeared out of nowhere and forcibly extinguished their attacks. What's up with this guy's technique? What kind of ability is this? Even the Sea of Misery did not light up. What realm is he at? Could it be that he has already broken through the Nirvana realm and entered the next realm, the Dao Palace Mystic realm? Maybe. Otherwise, if he's also at the Nirvana realm like us, how could he block the attacks of so many great monsters? If that's the case, those great monsters will definitely not be able to snatch this mysterious gold foil from him. However, how are we going to get it from him? Do we really have to give this gold foil to him? Looking at the light wall that appeared around Chu Bei from time to time, the experts from the 6 great Grotto Heavens were shocked. After a moment of shock, their faces turned solemn. Hand it over. The great monsters stopped their attacks on Chu Bei. Then, with the monster race girl as the leader, they surrounded Chu Bei in the middle. I've seen you guys fighting for it for a while. I've already given you guys a chance. Since you guys can't grasp it, I'll keep this little toy for you guys. Chu Bei played with the gold foil in his hand with a faint smile on his lips. He glanced at the great monsters around him and waved at Yi Fan. Seeing that Chu Bei was calling for him, Yi Fan did not hesitate. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared beside Chu Bei. Damn it! Hand over the great emperor's relic. The young monster girl's chilling voice sounded out once more. However, just as she gave the order and the group of great monsters rushed towards Chu Bei, ripples of energy gushed out from the red wall of light. Within these ripples, one could faintly see tiny bolts of lightning crackling. Bang bang bang, within the strange ripples, the great monsters felt their bodies go numb as if they were struck by lightning. Before they could regain their senses, An unknown energy rippled out from the ripples. Instantly, the great monsters that were attacking Chu Bei were sent flying and landed heavily on the mountain. Could it be that his defensive technique has its own consciousness? I didn't even see him make a move. In the void, the sect leaders of the 6 great grotto heavens glanced at the great monsters who were in a sorry state on the mountain. Their gazes returned to Chu Bei. Other than shock, there was more confusion on their faces. Under their gazes, the guy named Boss Chu did not take out any magical treasure. The Sea of Misery did not light up and there was not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. However, even though he did not make a move, he still sent the great monsters flying. This human is strange. His strength is far above the sect leaders of the grotto heavens. He is not someone we can deal with. Quick, go and ask the elders to come out of seclusion. The treasure left behind by the great monster emperor must not be taken away by these humans. The monster race girl got up from the ground and glanced at Chu Bei with fear. Then, she said to the great monster beside her in a deep voice. That great monster nodded and then flew in the direction of the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. Fine, I'll give this opportunity to you. Meeting Yi Fan's curious gaze, Chu Bei shook his head and changed his mind about contributing the gold foil to the system. Then, he threw it to Yi Fan. Drip a drop of blood on it. Just as Yi Fan was about to say something, the gold foil flew in front of him. At the same time, Chu Bei's voice rang in his ears. When the gold foil landed in his hands, Yi Fan's mouth instantly opened wide. His face was full of surprise. This thin gold foil that was less than 2 millimeters long was actually very heavy. When he looked at it carefully, there were countless ancient characters engraved on it. Calming down the throbbing in his heart, Yi Fan bit his index finger and dripped a drop of blood on it according to Chu Bei's instructions. Buzz buzz buzz, blood flowed along the strange patterns and spread out. Then, a blood-red light bloomed from the gold foil. Amidst the soul-stirring buzzing sound, one ancient character after another surged out from the gold foil and was reflected in the void. They were like stars shining brightly. Could it be that's, looking at the countless resplendent ancient words in the sky, the heads of the 6 great grotto heavens were stunned at first. Then, their hearts began to race, and they felt their mouths go dry. They were so excited that they began to stutter. Kid, hand over the scripture. Suddenly, a majestic and vigorous voice sounded from the distant sky. However, as soon as the sudden majestic voice reached everyone's ears, the ancient characters reflected in the sky seemed to have come alive and surged into Yi Fan's body crazily. Almost at the same time, the thin gold foil disappeared as well. At that moment, golden threads flowed out of Yi Fan's Sea of Misery and flowed to his limbs and bones. He felt that his flesh and bones were being nourished. It was extremely comfortable. Boss, Yi Fan looked at Chu Bei in surprise. At the same time, he pointed at the Sea of Misery with his eyes filled with surprise. At that moment, the gold foil had already fused into his body and was hovering above the bean-sized Sea of Misery. Don't worry, it's good for your body. For the cultivation of the Sea of Reincarnation realm, you can cultivate according to what is recorded in this Tao scripture, Chu Bei said indifferently. The sect leader of the 6 grotto heavens and the group of demons were dumbfounded when they saw Yi Fan's Sea of Misery glowing with a golden light. The Tao scripture fused with Yi Fan's Sea of Bitterness. This result was something that they found hard to accept. It was inconceivable. Brat, it seems that I can only take the scripture out of your body after I bring you back. The vigorous voice from before sounded again. At this time, everyone looked up at the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the sound of air being torn apart, several divine rays of light shot over from the horizon. There were dozens of them. Behind these rainbows, there was a deafening roar, as if a magnificent army was galloping. Amidst the roars of savage beasts, the fog churned, and the clouds covered the sky. Tens of savage beasts soared through the clouds as they flew forward. Each of the savage beasts carried a cultivator on their backs. Although they were flying through the sky, the sounds of galloping thunder could be heard. It was as though an army of tens of thousands was charging towards them. They arrived so quickly. When they saw who it was, the expressions of the sect leaders of the 6 grotto heavens changed. especially the sect leader of the spiritual mound Grotto Heaven. His face was extremely ugly. Looking over, the dozens of savage beasts were covered in dense scales and looked extremely ferocious. The cultivators standing on each of the savage beasts were hugging a huge flag. The flags fluttered in the wind, and their aura was monstrous. 36 divine rays of light were in the front, while 27 savage beasts carried 27 powerful cultivators behind. Although there were only a few dozen of them, it was as if a magnificent army was charging over. Even the sky was trembling, as if there were endless heavenly soldiers and generals charging towards them. "Boss, this seems to be a new force." Yi Fan stood beside Chu Bei and said with a frown. Chu Bei nodded his head and glanced at this exaggerated group of people. The corner of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Chapter 263. Old Daoist. Who are they? Why do I feel that they are even more powerful than the sect masters of the 6 Grotto Heavens? Outside the crater, Pang Bo looked at the new force that was surging with murderous aura and could not help but ask the old man beside him. "That is the wavering light sacred ground." The old man from the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven took a deep breath. "Our Grotto Heaven is under them." "Wavering light sacred ground? Are they very powerful?" Pang Bo asked. "They are more than powerful. They are terrifying." The old man stared at the sky in shock. Most of the cultivators from the sacred ground have already surpassed the reincarnation realm and entered the next mysterious cultivation realm. Any one of them can kill us with a wave of their hand. Bai Xian, why didn't you inform us about the appearance of the Demon Emperor's tomb immediately? There was a questioning tone in his vigorous voice. It was a burly middle-aged man. His cold eyes were fixed on the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven's sect master as a terrifying aura enveloped him. "Seventh Elder, we have just confirmed that it is the Demon Emperor's tomb. We have yet to report to you." Under the middle-aged man's aura, the spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven's sect master's face turned pale. "If there is a next time, your Grotto Heaven will cease to exist." The spiritual ruins Grotto Heaven's sect master's body trembled as the aura that enveloped him suddenly disappeared. A large amount of sweat seeped out from his forehead. "Xiaozhe, your wavering light sacred ground is so powerful." At this moment, a mocking voice came from another direction. Suddenly, the sky rumbled as 18 ancient chariots rolled over. Their murderous aura was so strong that the sky trembled. "Ji Feng, you are everywhere." When the people from the wavering light sacred ground saw the 18 ancient chariots, their pupils constricted. Everyone was on guard as their aura rose. As for the 7th elder, Xiaozhe, who was leading the group, he took a step forward and snorted at the chariot in the middle. "Not only me, I believe the people from Jade Lake will be here soon." A laugh came from the largest chariot. Then, a man wearing a black robe with the word G printed on his chest walked out. Sure enough, just as the man from the G clan finished speaking, waves of melodious celestial music came from the distant horizon. Following which, a dozen or so women flew over, flying above the great demons. These dozen or so women were all dressed in snow-white robes. Although they couldn't be said to be extremely beautiful, each and every one of them was elegant and otherworldly, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. They were incomparably lithe as they fluttered through the air. They were like fairies, dancing fairies, otherworldly and otherworldly. Some of them were gently playing bamboo flutes, creating a melodious sound that was very pleasant to listen to. There were also some who were full of smiles, causing others to feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. These picturesque girls were like immortals with an otherworldly aura. Are all these holy lands so well informed? It's only been a short while, but they've all arrived. Who would have thought that the monster race Great Emperor's relic would be so tempting that even the Jade Lake sacred ground, which had been secluded for a long time, would be alarmed? It seems that it won't be long before those sects that are further away would also flock here. The Wavering Light sacred ground, the G clan of the ancients, and the Jade Lake sacred ground. The 3 strongest sects stationed in the Yang territory have all arrived. Even the strongest cultivators of the three sects have arrived. It seems that the monster race Great Emperor's relic has nothing to do with us anymore. Looking at the three great forces in the sky, the 6 Grotto Heavens sect masters looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In front of the strongest cultivators in the Yang territory, although they were the sect masters of their respective paradises, they were still just ants. Balian, the Jade Lake sacred ground, has always been aloof from worldly affairs. Could it be that you're also here to fight for the monster race Great Emperor's relic? Xiaozhe from the Wavering Light sacred ground and Jifeng from the Ji clan looked in the direction of the Jade Lake sacred ground and asked tentatively. We happened to pass by and found that the demonic energy here was as vast as the sea, so we came to check it out. Who would have thought that the monster race Great Emperor's relic would appear here? A beautiful woman smiled faintly, then looked in the direction of the group of great demons and said, since we've encountered it, we might as well take a look. If there's a supreme treasure of the human race, we'll naturally help. Damn humans, you're really greedy. The young lady and the group of great demons gnashed their teeth and glared at the three sects with resentment. At this moment, they were at a complete disadvantage because the elders of their clan were unknown. The leaders of the three sects glanced at the young lady, but no one answered. They all looked at Yi Fan. Don't look at me like that. It's a little scary. Sensing the burning gazes of Xiaozhe, Jifeng, and Balian, Yi Fan suddenly shuddered. He felt as if he was being targeted by prey. He subconsciously took a step back and stood behind Chu Bei. The 6 Paradise sect masters threw sympathetic glances at Yi Fan. Who knew what kind of method these top sects would use to extract the Tao scripture from the latter's body? Little guy, do you know what the golden foil in your sea of bitterness is? Xiaozhe narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Fan. That's the Tao scripture ocean of reincarnation scroll that our human race has lost for many years. You're just a sea of reincarnation realm cultivator with a mere divine bridge. You won't be able to protect such a supreme treasure. As he spoke, Xiaozhe stretched out his right hand. The center of his palm was densely covered with runes. A giant palm formed from runes swept toward Yi Fan. Don't be nervous. You've already swallowed the thunderbolt pill and your body can transform into lightning. No one here can hurt you. You can use them to clearly understand the power of the lightning you're currently controlling. Facing the sudden attack, just as Yi Fan was about to ask for help from Chu Bei, the latter's indifferent voice sounded in his mind. After being reminded, Yi Fan's expression froze. Then, his eyes focused. He was no longer an ordinary human. He had eaten the thunderbolt pill from the All-Heavens city. The moment the giant rune palm hit him, Yi Fan's body suddenly transformed into lightning. With a sizzling sound, the giant rune palm passed through his body and smashed into the mountain rocks below, causing a violent tremor. In the next moment, a flash of lightning could be seen. Yi Fan had already appeared above Xiaozhe's head. Sensing the fluctuation of aura above his head, Xiaozhe's pupils suddenly shrank. However, before he could react, rolling lightning crackled above his head. This kid can actually control the power of lightning. The 6 Paradise sect master looked at the lightning that Yi Fan had transformed into and could not help but sigh. Jifeng from the Ji family and Bai Lian from the Jade Pool were also surprised by Yi Fan's technique. However, they were more confused than confused. Although the surging thunderbolt that Yi Fan had transformed into appeared to be quite imposing, they did not feel threatened at all. In fact, that was indeed the case. The crackling lightning bombarded Xiaozhe's body, but the latter did not have any reaction. The power of the attack was like a tickle to him. Kid, how dare you trick me? Feeling the power of the lightning, Xiaozhe's face turned pale. He looked at Yi Fan, who had returned to Chu Bei's side, and his eyes were about to spit fire. How is it? Chu Bei looked at Yi Fan with a smile. This seems to be useless against these cultivators. Yi Fan scratched his head. If the lightning that he had transformed into struck an ordinary person, he was confident that he could make the person lose consciousness instantly. However, it was useless against such powerful cultivators. The 3 of them have already broken through the Tao Palace realm and entered the 4 extreme secret lands. Their hearts, livers, lungs, kidneys, and spleen have all been strengthened. Now, they are already cultivating their 4 limbs. They are in the initial stage of controlling their limbs. They are omnipotent and have the ability to wield the power of the laws. Your power of lightning is related to your own strength. Naturally, it won't be of any use against them. When you master it, even the remaining power of the lightning can easily kill them. Chu Bei did not deliberately lower his voice. Therefore, although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by Xiaozhe, Jifeng, by Lian, the 6 Paradise Sect leaders, the great demons, and even Pang Bo, Lin Jiao, and the rest. This boss Chu is really arrogant. It seems like he doesn't care about the 3 giants of Yang country at all. The 6 Paradise Sect leaders glanced at Chu Bei at the same time and pursed their lips subconsciously. Kill us easily. Hearing Chu Bei's words, even by Lian, who had always been calm and indifferent to worldly affairs, had her emotions stirred. Anger could be faintly seen between her brows. As for Xiaozhe and Jifeng, they had already clenched their fists. A powerful aura seeped out of their bodies, and killing intent was faintly discernible in their eyes. How arrogant! Do you know who we are? Xiaozhe's eyes narrowed as he stared coldly at Chu Bei. There's no need to know. Chu Bei's expression was indifferent. You. Hearing this, Xiaozhe's face instantly turned gloomy. However, just as his aura reached its peak and he was about to teach this arrogant guy a lesson, the originally calm ancient palace shook violently again. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the 2nd floor of the ancient palace suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, a ball of light swept out. Another treasure is flying out, the 6 Paradise Sect leaders exclaimed. However, no one dared to fight for it because they knew that since the 2 Holy Lands and the clan of the Ancients had arrived, there was nothing for them to do. They could only be spectators. As for the great demons below, they did not make a move either. They all stared at the ball of light unwillingly. Their eyes were filled with anxiety as they waited for the arrival of the elders who were in seclusion. If they went up at this time, they would undoubtedly be courting death in front of the 3 giants. A piece of green copper. But it seems to contain some aura that I can't see through. Jifeng frowned when he saw what was in the ball of light. This piece of green copper looked very ordinary at first glance. It seemed like a broken piece of some kind of vessel. However, if one looked at it carefully for a while, they would realize that there was an indescribable charm flowing from it. It gave people an endless feeling of simplicity and vicissitudes of life. Chapter 264. Could this be the human treasure that was lost in the eastern wilderness? The Spiritual Ruins Grotto Heavens sect leader looked at the 3 leaders in confusion. Xiaozhe glanced at the Spiritual Ruins Grotto Heavens sect leader and said calmly, "No, the human treasure that was lost in the eastern wilderness is a 9-story tower, not this piece of broken copper. Copper plate, green copper plate, great monarch of the monster race, burial items." The beautiful lady from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground frowned and muttered to herself. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and relaxed her brows. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she said, "It's not the ancient desolate tower. It's the treasure that was lost in the middle ground." What? Could it really be the treasure of the middle ground? After Bai Lian's reminder, Xiaozhe and Jifeng's expressions changed drastically. If this piece of broken copper was really the treasure of the middle ground, its influence would be too great. The treasure of the middle ground? The Spiritual Ruins Grotto Heavens sect leader frowned when he heard Xiaozhe and the other 2's conversation. The Jade Tripod Grotto Heavens sect leader seemed to know something. According to the records, all the top experts in the middle ground went out to search for this treasure tens of thousands of years ago. They almost overturned the eastern wilderness, the southern mountains, the western desert, and the northern plains. It was a great turmoil. And the person who stole the treasure is none other than the demon race emperor. If this piece of broken copper is really the treasure that was lost in the middle ground, I'm afraid even the Yaoguang Sacred Ground, the Ji family of the ancients, and the Jade Lake Sacred Ground won't be able to keep this piece of broken copper. After all, they have to face all the extraordinary powers in the middle ground. After hearing what the Jade Tripod Grotto Heavens sect leader said, the rest of the Grotto Heavens sect leaders were shocked. They looked at the broken copper piece in the light ball again with an indescribable look in their eyes. Fight for it with your own strength. Above the volcano, Xiaozhe, Ji Feng, and Bai Lian looked at each other. Their figures flashed and they reached out to grab the floating piece of green copper. This item has an owner. However, just as their palms were about to penetrate the light ball and touch the green copper, a calm and indifferent voice rang in their ears. In the next moment, a purple-red rope appeared out of thin air outside the ball of light. The red rope wrapped itself around the ball of light before Xiaozhe, Ji Feng, and Bai Lian. Then, it broke through the void and appeared in front of Chu Bei in an instant. So this is the fragment of the immortalization cauldron. Chu Bei stretched out his right hand and took out the green copper piece from the ball of light, and he sensed the imperceptible aura of the Grand Tao within it as he muttered softly. This is not something you can touch. Xiaozhe's cold gaze was fixed on Chu Bei's body. As he waved his hands, a long spear made of runes appeared in his hands. As the long spear danced, it immediately brought about a blazing fire dragon. Chu Bei raised his eyes and glanced disdainfully at Xiaozhe, who was attacking him. His gaze returned to the green copper piece and he flicked his finger. A thumb-sized red light pierced through the void and appeared in front of Xiaozhe in an instant. Rumble. There was an earth-shattering loud sound. The originally insignificant thumb-sized electric current suddenly multiplied and exploded the moment it hit Xiaozhe, turning into a red ball of light with a diameter of 10 meters. In the red ball of light, snake-shaped energy ripples intertwined. The long spear made of runes in Xiaozhe's hand instantly disintegrated. Bang! The dazzling blue light was accompanied by a scream. Xiaozhe's body flew backward and crashed into the volcano below. A Dragon Realm expert. Ji Feng and Bai Lian's expressions changed as they looked at Xiaozhe, who was either dead or alive. When they looked at Chu Bei again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Ji Feng, in particular, could vaguely see the joy on his face. Fortunately, he had acted a little slower. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Xiaozhe. The seventh elder of the wavering light sacred ground, he is not a match for Boss Chu. The leaders of the 6 great grottos glanced at the deep crater beside the volcano and stared at Chu Bei in shock. They seemed to be re-evaluating this seemingly ordinary and terrifying existence. Rumble. The moment Xiaozhe was shot down by Chu Bei, the dozens of savage beasts from the wavering light sacred ground surrounded Chu Bei under the control of a group of cultivators. However, what was laughable was that even the knight closest to Chu Bei maintained a distance of at least 5 meters away from him. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. Old Daoist, didn't you say that the people from the sacred ground were terrifying? Then why was the leader of the wavering light sacred ground instantly killed by Fraud Tian? Look at Fraud Tian. He didn't even look at the leader when he attacked earlier. Don't you think your understanding of the sacred ground is a little too exaggerated? Maybe they are not as strong as you think. Pang Bo and Lin Jiao pointed at Chu Bei, who was still playing with the green copper piece in the sky, and looked at the elders of the 6 great grottos. Hearing this, the elders of the 6 great grottos could not help but smile. That is the 7th elder of the wavering light sacred ground stationed in the Yang country. He has already stepped into the 4 great secret lands and is one of the strongest existences in the Yang country. It's not that he is weak, but that Fraud Tian is too strong. At this point, the elder closest to Pang Bo took a deep breath. If he can defeat Elder Xiao so easily, perhaps he is already in the Dragon Realm. Such an expert is enough to dominate the entire Eastern Wilderness. This Fraud Tian is getting more and more mysterious. I feel more and more that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin has something to do with him. Lin Jiao glanced at Chu Bei and pouted. She then pulled the corner of Pang Bo's shirt and muttered with a smile. As for the young demon girl and the other great demons, their gazes were focused on Chu Bei. Their expressions were strange, and there was a strong sense of surprise between their brows. Obviously, they did not expect that the person who had appeared in the ancient palace with them from the beginning was the most terrifying existence. Even someone as strong as Xiaozhe from the wavering light sacred ground was not a match for him. Boss, What's your cultivation level? Yifan recovered from his shock. His full force attack was like a tickle to Xiaozhe's body. However, this fraud boss's finger attack was able to beat Xiaozhe to the brink of death. You will find out in the future. Chu Bei smiled and patted Yifan's shoulder. Then, he waved the green copper piece in his hand at Jifeng and Bai Lian. What? Aren't you going to snatch it? Looking at Chu Bei's playful expression and mocking gaze, Jifeng and Bai Lian cursed in their hearts. However, they still smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, your strength is in the dragon realm, and you are far above us. If we were to fight with you, wouldn't we be too ignorant?" Even though they said that, Jifeng and Bai Lian were extremely unwilling to give up. After all, it was a precious treasure that even the powerful powers of the Central Plains wanted to fight for. Unfortunately, it was too late to send such important news back to the sacred ground. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the direction of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity. How long are you humans going to stay in the territory of the demon clan? A terrifying sound wave rippled in the air. A vast and powerful force swept over from afar like a roaring sea and instantly sent the 18 ancient chariots of the Ji family flying. The savage beasts and cultivators around Chu Bei from the wavering light sacred ground were also sent flying by this force. It's Senior Golden Ape. Hearing the roar, the young lady from the demon clan and the group of great demons exclaimed in surprise. Their faces were instantly filled with joy. When they looked over, they saw a giant beast that was more than 10 meters long. With a deep roar, it approached from afar and appeared above the crater in an instant. This is the black gold ape. Even it was alerted. After seeing the giant beast's appearance, Jifeng and Bai Lian retreated at the same time. Their eyes were filled with dread. The giant beast was completely black as if it was cast from black gold. Standing in the void, it exuded a powerful aura. Its shape was strange. It had 3 heads. The head in the middle was like an ape. The 2 heads on the left and right were a bird's head and a snake's head respectively. Upon closer inspection, its entire body was covered in black scales that shone with a metallic luster. It looked powerful and powerful. Should we retreat? An adult black gold ape has the ability to transform into a dragon. From its aura, it is very likely to be at the peak of the dragon realm. It is only 1 step away from becoming a truly terrifying existence. Bai Lian glanced at the ferocious black gold ape and said to Jifeng, "In the ancient palace of the Shifter Emperor, there must be other treasures besides the scripture and the middle ground treasure. If we leave now, won't we get nothing?" Speaking of this, Jifeng looked in the direction of Chu Bei. "Moreover, we humans also have a dragon realm expert. Perhaps, when the 2 of them fight to the death, we can take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of them. Senior Golden Ape, this is the human who stole 2 treasures from the Shifter Emperor's tomb." The Shifter girl flew to the side of the giant beast that was more than 10 meters tall and pointed in the direction of Chu Bei. "Human, hand over the Emperor's relics." As the cold voice fell, the right head of the black gold ape opened its mouth and a boundless black wave surged towards Chu Bei and Yifan. Chu Bei glanced at the black gold ape and drew a circle with 1 hand. Green lightning overflowed and bloomed like fireworks. With a swoosh, the boundless black wave was annihilated. Dragon Realm? Seeing that Chu Bei was able to withstand its attack, the black gold ape's eyes flashed with surprise. Senior Golden Ape, this person is not simple. Even the 4 extremities elders of the wavering light sacred ground were not his match, the Shifter girl hurriedly reminded. "I know," the black gold ape replied. When it looked at Chu Bei again, its gaze was more serious. Buzz 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 buzz. Just as the black gold ape was about to attack again, the ancient palace above the volcano suddenly shook violently again. At the same time, the strange low rumbling sound in the ancient palace became faster and faster. Is another treasure about to appear? There are 3 levels in the palace. Could it be that there is 1 treasure on each level? Looking at the 3rd level of the palace and the blinding light, the 6 great Grotto Heavens sect leaders looked at each other and guessed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,